All right, y'all. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the FERC Software Conference Day 2, bright and early, here for session W1B. My name is Caroline Ingle. I'm in the policy office, and I'm excited to get to be with y'all this morning. Up first, we have Elizabeth Glista from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and her presentation is titled Prioritizing Interconnection Applications via High-Fidelity Stochastic Capacity Expansion Planning. So welcome, and thank you, Elizabeth.
Cool. Okay, hi, I'm Elizabeth. I work with JP and Tomas here at Lawrence Livermore. So this is our work on stochastic capacity expansion planning and how this could possibly be used to prioritize applications in the interconnection queues. So I think we're all aware of some of the different challenges with the evolving power grid. So growing demand for electric power, there's a recent estimate out that power demand might grow about 16% in the next 5 years. We also have, increasing penetration of renewable resources, aging electric infrastructure, and the focus of this talk will be on regulatory delays, the interconnection process kind of slowing things down. So there's been, oh, yeah, cool. So I think we've seen some talks that kind of cover different areas in this, in these pieces. So next slide. So what is the interconnection queue? I think probably most of us are a bit familiar with the interconnection queue, but this basically describes a set of projects that are waiting to connect to the transmission system. So in the US, any new generation or storage project must undergo a series of 3 studies before they can connect to the transmission system. So you have a feasibility, system impact, and facility studies. And basically through each of these different steps in the process, developer will be notified if there are different costs to upgrade the transmission system, and they may be responsible for the cost of part or all these upgrades to upgrade the system. So they may choose to withdraw their project at any point throughout this process. Next slide. So there was a recent report out of LBNL in 2023 that kind of quantified the current state of US interconnection queues, I think covering about 85% of different transmission operators in the country. So this report basically showed that there's over 2,000 gigawatts of generation and storage awaiting to connect to transmission systems in the US, which is over 1.5 times the existing capacity of the US grid. You can also see in this figure that these types of generation skew towards more solar, wind, storage, so it's more renewable focused versus conventional sources. However, this report also found that the large majority of these projects are actually never completed and never reached commercial operation. So only about 21% of these projects actually reached commercial operation in the last 2 decades. There's also increasing delays in this process. So I think the average time now is about 5 years, and this number is only increasing versus 2 or 3 years in the past. And some of the talks have talked about kind of more of a 1-year goal timeline to have to go through this process. And these numbers are even worse in different parts of the country, for example, California, where we are. Next slide. So our goal with this work is to use long-term planning models to actually prioritize projects in the queue with the goal of decreasing interconnection queue congestion. And I'll use this notation into queue just for notational simplicity. And so you can see in this figure that the number of projects in the queues have gone up in recent years, and that there's a large number of active projects in US interconnection queues. So the goal of our work is to use our high-fidelity stochastic capacity expansion planning models to actually prioritize projects in these queues. And so we do this via scalable stochastic optimization that has global guarantees. We'd also like to understand how the current interconnection queue process limits our long-term investment and operational goals. And so we can do that by adding some modeling constraints. Next slide. So our kind of classical stochastic capacity expansion planning problem that we'll study is this problem of where to build new generation transmission and storage in a co-optimized framework, considering uncertainty from load growth, environmental conditions. So our model is, again, 2-stage. It's a nodal high-fidelity stochastic expansion model. And so we'll consider, both the investment level decisions and operational decisions. The different constraints we'll consider for this model, we have some different construction constraints. So we actually consider land use constraints based on census level data to quantify where can we actually build different amounts of generation. So if it's a more rural area, we can build more solar, for example. We also consider building where there's resource availability, so you have to build wind turbines where there's wind. So for this version of the model, we consider power balance constraints, transmission line limits, and storage operation. Notably absent from this list is Powerflow. So Tomas will discuss kind of some of the different approaches we've taken to make Powerflow actually tractable with our model. But so far, this work doesn't cover Powerflow. And so the uncertainty sources we have are hourly power demand and generation availability. Next slide. So our model is a high resolution model, both spatially and temporally. So a lot of the capacity expansion literature considers very coarse models, zonal models, for example, using 5 buses to represent the state of Texas. However, some recent work has enabled solving much higher quality, large-scale nodal capacity expansion planning problems over many representative days. So we're kind of leveraging these software features from MPI, SPPI, and some recent developments to actually solve these like super high quality models. We also are working with atmospheric modelers in the group to actually provide high quality atmospheric data and climate data for our model. Next slide. So this is kind of the overview of how we get this climate or atmospheric data into our model. So we start with a global Earth systems model, which has, if you start with some initial condition on the Earth, you can actually fully model all the different atmospheric processes via some simulation tools. This is low spatial resolution at 100 kilometers. We take the output of that model and put it into a regionally refined mesh, which basically captures more detailed topology. So for example, you can capture how the wind moves around mountains at a 3-kilometer scale. We take the output of that RRM and put that into different models that actually model generator availability and electric power demand. So this basically creates some set of scenarios. And so like in this image, we have the future year 2045, and we can say that these different scenarios for generator availability and demand correspond to some future year based on this Earth systems model. And then these go into our stochastic capacity expansion planning model. Next slide. So how do we actually solve this problem? So if we want to consider a full year of data, we can basically split that year up into representative days. So each of our days, we can then solve independently in parallel and then have some linking between the different days. So this is a deterministic equivalent stochastic model where each of the different scenarios has some weight in a probabilistic sense. And then we have an objective function that sums over investment level costs and then operational costs with an expectation. So each of these days is solved in parallel, but then there's some investment level decisions that link the different days, and via progressive hedging, all of these different days eventually kind of reach a consensus via different constraints. So the MPI SPPI is our software framework that we use to actually solve these days. And so this framework allows us to have kind of this hub and spoke architecture where you can actually have lower bounders and upper bounders that give you global optimality bounds. So I'd refer you to that paper that I mentioned earlier on kind of this MPI SPPI framework if you want to learn more, but there's been a lot of work in this kind of algorithmic tuning and figuring out which types of bounders work well with our problem. Next slide. So we'd like to advocate that this type of high fidelity stochastic capacity expansion planning actually kind of incorporates a lot of resource adequacy goals. So you have expected unserved energy, loss of load hours. You could actually directly incorporate some of these RA metrics into our model, but that would lead to a lot of coupling among the different scenarios. So instead, we'll use kind of a high penalty for the value of lost load in order to encourage new construction in our model. So for these simulations, we consider a value of $30,000 per megawatt hour. And this is based on just some of the literature from CAISO and ERCOT. But we'd like to do more sensitivity analysis and see, is this really the right number to capture kind of our different resource adequacy goals? For this work, we'd also like to consider a large number of representative days that can kind of capture a full spectrum of different system scenarios that the system might see. So we'd like to capture different stress conditions, ideally be able to say, oh, we're capturing week-long wind droughts or different types of things we might see in the system. So this kind of capacity expansion framework includes this resource adequacy lens, but allows us to actually optimize our investments kind of from the start. Next slide. So now I'll discuss kind of how we've used this modeling framework on the California test system called CATS. Next slide. So CATS is a synthetic but realistic model of California created by a group at Wisco. One of our interns worked on this project. So they basically took a bunch of open source data and aggregated this to create a synthetic but realistic version of the state of California. So you can see this version of the model has over 8,000 buses and 10,000 transmission lines. So that's kind of the baseline model that we use, and then we couple that with atmospheric data from our climate modelers. We also got additional data for a capacity expansion problem from EIA and other groups. So this image on the right has kind of the existing CAT system. Next slide. So we'll consider some different subsets of candidates for our model for building. So there's kind of the set of all possible candidates where we can build in the model. And so this basically says we can build anywhere in the state of California where we have both availability of land and availability of the generation resource. So this yields on the order of thousands of generation and storage candidates. Then we also consider different variations where we consider the set of active projects in the California interconnection queue as the set of interconnection queue candidates as candidates for our capacity expansion model. So from this, we basically take this LBNL data and map the projects in the queues to different buses in our model based on the county. So the spatial data in those in that data set is not super high quality. So we'll kind of just do some approximation in order to map those candidates to our model. And so for that version, we have on the order of hundreds of generation storage candidates. Both of these different variations, we consider reinforcing all possible transmission lines in the network. So that's quite a large number of candidate branches. However, when we consider that first variation of all possible candidates, we did hit memory limits with a fixed number of nodes. So we did a pre-filtering of different generation and storage candidates. And so this basically, we solve all the different days in parallel first and filter out any of the projects that aren't built in any of the different representative days. Next slide. So here we have, you kind of can see the three different variations. So all possible candidates, set of interconnection queue candidates, and then the set of our pre-filtered candidates. So you can see that the two figures on the right are actually pretty different sets of possible candidates that we're considering in our different model versions. The figure on the right, you can see that there's a lot of natural gas, which is the blue. It's a little hard to read the legend, but the blue is the natural gas. So it actually wants to build some natural gas in some of the different days versus that if you look at the projects that are actually in the interconnection queue, there's no natural gas projects there. So that's kind of an interesting distinction. Next slide. So we also consider a variation of the model where we actually add constraints based on historical project success rates in the interconnection queue. So this figure on the left shows the different historical success rates in California. So that they're all either 20% or under of projects actually reaching construction. So then we use these historical probabilities to actually introduce a constraint just based on the historical number of projects that have been built. So this constraint basically starting from binomial distribution, looking at an inverse CDF with some confidence level, we can actually basically directly plug in a number that kind of represents, okay, this is kind of the historical amount of projects of a certain type that have actually reached commercial operation. So this allows us to have a very tractable formulation for this kind of incorporating some knowledge of interconnection queue limitations. Next slide. So these project success probabilities, I won't go too deep into that, but project success probability has been very hard to predict, even given a bunch of factors about a certain project. And I think it really depends on where the project is going in the system and solving a bunch of power flow studies. So, but there was some evidence that different project types overall have different success rates. So we kind of use that as a metric in order to say, okay, historically solar projects have only had 15% success rate. Can we actually incorporate that information into our model? Next slide. So this is our kind of simulation summary using 72 nodes on the Livermore computing Ruby machine with a 20-hour time limit. So we tried 3 different versions with this full year of data. You can see here the optimality gaps are not amazing. We've done some work to bring those down, but we still have a bit more work to go to bring them down to below. They're all kind of under 5%, but not super tight for the last 2 cases. So you can see here, you can kind of compare the different investment overall costs of the different problems. The cost goes up if we consider just restricting ourselves to the set of interconnection queue candidates for our set of candidate projects. The cost goes up further if we add that constraint on the interconnection queue historical probabilities. You can see here that also all the days have loss of load hours of 3 or more, which for a 1 in 10 requirement, that would be, you'd ideally want around about 2.4 hours. So none of these are quite hitting our probably goal resource adequacy metrics. So maybe we'd want to increase the value of loss load in future iterations. And then between these last 2, we can kind of see the cost of how the interconnection queue probabilities actually limit planning by taking that kind of difference in cost metric. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. So we actually see how the model builds different allocations. You can see with the all candidates version, it actually wants to build natural gas and geothermal, versus if you actually just consider the set of interconnection candidates, it wants to build a lot of solar, because those are the projects that are currently in the queue. And if you add that constraint, it builds even kind of a smaller number of projects as well. Next slide. And these are the megawatts, by the way, in these images. Yeah. And then this is kind of for the storage. Again, the regular model doesn't really want to build much storage, but then if you consider the interconnection queue candidates, it builds quite a lot of solar storage, probably to compensate for like the solar, to have kind of both versions. One limitation with our model right now is we're not doing storage coupling between the different days, and there's some work to actually have state of charge kind of be linked between the different days. So that's an ongoing area of work, but right now we're not really capturing long-term storage trends. So yeah, next slide. So here we can see actually where is it building all the different types of projects. So when we consider kind of this all candidates with the pre-filtering, you see it's building a lot of natural gas there, versus with the interconnection candidates, it's building a lot of solar. And also this figure on the right, you can see, okay, if we said there are some limitations to the number of candidates we can build, where does it actually build the projects, which projects are more important? So we can actually kind of use this to prioritize, like, okay, these are the top 10 projects we should build. Next slide. Same thing for storage. We can kind of see there's some differences between where the models want to build. Next slide. And then for transmission, we're allowing it to reinforce any line in the network. So this does lead to a lot of lines being built, I think on the order of like 500, 700 lines. So maybe we want to limit that in the future, and have, okay, maybe we can only build a couple hundred lines, and say like this is maybe overly aggressive for our transmission build out. Next slide. So yeah, kind of similar limitations. I think this doubling of transmission capacity maybe is a bit too generous. Maybe we want to bound the number of new transmission lines. We have capability to do reserve margins, but these simulations don't show that quite yet. And then Powerflow and unit commitment are kind of two of the big areas we're working on. Tomas will again talk more about that later in the talk, or later in the session. We'd also like to do contingencies with this as well. Next slide. Yeah, so our stochastic capacity expansion planning framework can be used to prioritize active projects in the interconnection queues, and we can actually achieve resource adequacy goals via different metrics, assuming that we have a high enough resolution to our model, both spatially and temporally. I'd also like to ask this question of how can we balance both fairness in our kind of interconnection framework with system-wide operational goals. So first come, first served is a fair approach, but you may be building projects that aren't actually system optimal and actually don't provide much in terms of resource adequacy goals. So maybe by having some type of synthetic but realistic data that we're allowed to release, or different open source models, we can actually help inform developers, okay, these are like the places you should be putting projects and that kind of thing. Next slide. So this is kind of some different perspectives of this work. So we first took kind of a system planning, kind of central planning perspective of, let's just see if we can quantify how much this interconnection queue limits our planning goals from a system perspective. But then some of this work has kind of leaned more into interconnection queue process reform, like can we use these types of models to actually prioritize projects in the queue? Some ongoing work is on understanding how transmission cost allocation actually fits into all of this and how that can lead to different market distortions. So that's kind of ongoing work we're doing. We'd also like to eventually do, multi-stage capacity expansion, actually incorporating these delays from the different interconnection delays. Next slide. It's the end. Cool. Okay. So I'd like to thank all my collaborators, many people at Livermore, some at NREL, and also Gurobi for giving us a free academic license.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. All right, we are now going to turn to the Q&A. Just as a reminder for folks in the room, please raise your hand and we will give you a microphone. And for folks that are online, please place your questions in the Q&A and then we will call on you to introduce yourself and to ask your question.
Thanks. Russ, Philbrick, Polaris, I always have questions. So this is very good. You've taken some steps in the right direction. Just one detailed question. You're using representative day formulation. How many representative days and how many hours in each of those days were reflected in your results?
Yeah, so we're using 360 days. So correspond 360
Really? So in 24 hours in each day?
hours in each
So
day.
you're doing it, that's 8760 states.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your problem.
Yeah.
You could do a lot better
Yeah.
by being a bit smarter with the filtering of that, because you can still capture variability and that without having that much detail in the number of states in the system. You also mentioned that you had used high penalty factors to encourage installation of new issues. So it sounds to me that you're using stochastic method, but not also trying to consider how to make it robust, which means that you're trying to avoid those low probability scenarios that if you make them zero probability, they have no impact on the objective, so they disappear. But a trick around that is just to make your violation variables be applied across all scenarios. And then you get rid of and you basically aim for feasible problems. So penalty factors shouldn't matter at that point. So there's some tricks that you can get to. I call that combining robust and stochastic modeling. You also did nodal modeling, which is great. When you showed your transmission expansion results, was that optimal transmission expansion, or were those just transmission overlays that you tried?
Oh, no, that's optimal.
Oh, excellent. Okay, because that's another thing that the nodal enables, which, there's a broad perspective that nodal is not practical, but, you're showing it can be done, and it can even be done better. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Russ. Anyone else?
Alex Rutkiewicz, Newton Energy Group. So in your formulation, and speaking about fairness, so it's basically you minimizing the cost under your assumption of the future prices and everything, right? So in that sense, everybody must trust you. I mean, or whoever runs the program. If you look at the option in which effectively every project that submits into the queue actually demands a payment from the market, like in the capacity market, and you just actually don't need to make a lot of assumptions. You effectively choose the kind of the market structure in which people who are confident in their project may reduce payment and that way take more responsibility rather than relying on some centralized entity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I don't know if I got the question in that, but yeah, I think kind of getting people to trust, this central entity, and like even just some of our cost assumptions and different validations, right? That's always probably a challenge, and doing more decentralized type stuff maybe gets more buy-in and interest with that. But
yeah, and the question is like you making an assumption on the capital, what is going to cost to build the project, right? Rather than that, you can basically don't worry about that and say, well, whoever submits a project, I ask how much they want to be paid for capacity, right? And then it's up to them to make these decisions.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because we have some assumptions on how much their projects will cost.
Right. So would you be able to solve the problem in this formulation?
Yeah, I think we could. I think it would be a different objective function, but all of the constraints and such would be the same. So I think it's kind of just a reformulation of, okay, what are we optimizing now? If it's not, the overall costs, including the investment costs, you're optimizing maybe for some type of, more kind of resource adequacy type goals, or just overall system operation. I think it's just a reformulation of the objective. Yeah.
So I have a paper on that, how to do it. So
cool.
I can send it to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Alex.
Any other questions in the room?
Oh, one more. I think this will be the last one.
Hey, Sushant Varghese, New York ISO. I just have two quick questions. You mentioned you do, pre-filtering based on, which candidates get built in in certain specific scenarios. But have you thought about, because if it's a stochastic model, you might build something that's not built in any individual scenario, but when you, try to minimize for the expectation, you might build something that doesn't show up in any specific candidate. So that's the first question. And the second question, you see a lot of natural gas being built compared to what's in the interconnection queue if you consider all possible candidates. Did you consider any of the subsidies or any of the incentives for renewable resources when you modeled all possible candidates? If so, could that be why you see a difference in what's being built?
Yeah, good question. So I think We have run the all candidates since I did these simulations, and I think you just have to really increase the number of nodes you're using because there's memory issues with that. So it'd be nice to do a comparison, and that's kind of our next step, to just do a comparison. Have we kind of captured well the overall system? Because yeah, you could have projects that aren't built in any of the individual scenarios, but they would maybe in the aggregate want to build those projects. That's a great question. And then the second question, for these simulations, we're not including RPS or other types of policy goals, but we have that functionality and we have run those simulations as well in the past. I think we had moved away from that just for various reasons, but yeah, I think you could easily incorporate some type of RPS goal at least, or different subsidies just by kind of modifying the costs of the different types of projects. So those are both pretty simple things to add. Yeah.
And I think we have time for one more question if there's any more in the room or online.
Okay,
All right.
thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Yep, thank you. All right, so up next, we have Russ Philbrick from Polaris Systems Optimization, and his presentation is titled Managing Variability with High-Fidelity Capacity Expansion. So thank you, Russ.
Thank you. I guess you can go ahead and advance this first slide. So my talk will follow very naturally from Elizabeth. I appreciate that. It's going to be much more conceptual, trying to convey a few of the concepts that can actually allow us to get to these high fidelity models with good accuracy and speed. But if you have any questions about the details at the end, please feel free to ask. Okay, thanks. Next slide. And next slide. So first, just to give context, I know this should be familiar to all of you. Do I need to be speaking into this? Okay. Doing capacity expansion is a computationally difficult problem. We're trying to take a very long horizon and shove a lot of detail into it, which makes for a very massive optimization problem, computational problem, simulation problem. And we've got lots of tricks that we've applied. As Elizabeth showed you, representative day is one of those tricks. There are other approaches that I will introduce here, but with the goal that we need to get the details into the answers because they increasingly matter with the mix of resources that we have in the system, variability and uncertainty, the issues of flexibility and operational constraints that we haven't worried so much for in the past, like impacts of transmission. Zonal models are creating problems now with the processes for integrated planning. So we need to do a much better job. And so I hope to show you some ideas to show you how to do that, but also that it's practical. So next slide, please. Okay, so just a high-level overview. My goal is to explain to you that traditional models are not right and that we need to move away from them, and that we have opportunities to do much better. So next slide. Next slide. Okay, just a few myths versus reality. There's a common perception that, for example, nodal modeling is not practical. I think Elizabeth showed that it is possible. It's actually possible with high computational efficiency and detail. And it's just continued work that we all need to get to that point. But it is a challenge. The processes that we have today have been in place for a long time, and we don't change our processes without a lot of work, and there's a lot of resistance to those changes. And so the big problems really are in that area. We have the tools, we have the data, but we have a difficult time in front of us still to make changes to the processes that we use because that requires people and all sorts of other and that one of the main messages that many of the simplifying assumptions that we have been using, we no longer need to use. The tools now can support you doing the details, and we can get away from that. And will make all the difference in the world in the results that we get. Next slide. Okay, so just as an example of that, Elizabeth mentioned about the use of zonal models and that we can solve nodal models now. Zonal models are a big problem. There's a lot of discussion about how do we define zones. The zones should be dynamic because congestion patterns are dynamic. And besides that, how do we even know what the congestion patterns are 10 years from now? with a different resource mix. It's hard to define the zones. And if we define the zones, how do we actually establish appropriate limits between those zones that reflect correctly the value of transmission? Either we run the risk of setting the limits too tight, underutilizing the benefits of the transmission, reducing the flexibility that it can provide, or we don't tighten them enough, creating reliability problems. Either way, we have trouble, since it means that our understanding of transmission in these long-term problems is really inadequate when we use zonal models. They're also difficult to integrate with other processes. And that's one of the big challenges in integrated planning right now is once you solve integrated planning with zonal models, what do you do with the results? You've got to get them into nodal models. And that translation is in itself another major hurdle for the integrated planning process. And finally, people are involved, tools, processes. Using zonal models creates a lot more complexity. You have people that need to have different areas of expertise, and they all need to work together. It creates for a lot more difficult process in the utilities and in the RTOs and any place that's trying to do this in an integrated fashion. Next slide. So the main points are that we can actually include the details in the models, and that we need to get away from the traditional processes. One of the things we hear a lot of talk about is ELCCs, reserve margins, and so forth. And we really can't use those to build our future systems. They're really known only after we build the systems. It's like trying to solve the markets by estimating LMPs up front and then applying the LMPs to clear the market. It doesn't work that way. The capacity factors and reserve margins are an outcome of what we plan, not an input. But that's the way we've been doing it because of some very, I'm just realizing there's a whole set of slides that's missing from this that I was going to explain the concept behind this. So the reason, I wanted to explain a little bit about the way we've been doing it recently with probabilistic models. We've relied upon solving these systems with the concept of certainty equivalence, which means that we can rely on Gaussian models, and that we can then assume statistical independence of generation and load and many other parts of the system. And as we saw yesterday, that statistical correlation is important in space and in time. If we don't capture that, we're going to get the wrong answers. But we assume that in the way we use reserve margins and capacity factors. It's built into the processes that we have today, using certainty equivalence, using convolution methods. That doesn't work anymore. And that's the whole basis for the use of reserve margins and capacity factors, or ELCCs. So our efforts to get to ELCCs in a more sophisticated way is just taking us in the wrong direction. I'm sorry that those slides are not there, but that was the concept of those other slides. And so going back here, the goal is that we need to get away from using capacity factors and reserve margins as an input to the process, because, again, we don't know those until after the fact, and they lead to the wrong answers for understanding the impacts of batteries, for example, and other changes to the system. And if we get the details, and as Elizabeth is showing, we can solve these problems using economics to drive the outcomes and not the constructs of capacity factors, reserve margins, value of loss load, and so forth. Next slide. Next slide. So just as a couple of examples of where this is already being done, another example of nodal capacity expansion with optimized transmission in the same way that Lawrence Livermore has been showing. This is work that's being done by National Grid for a half-decade now. They've been applying nodal capacity expansion and optimized transmission expansion to support their 2050 state goals driven by the New England states. And this is essential because if you don't understand how transmission is expanding, how can you understand what the system is going to look like? Because the resource mix is changing so much, we can't get away from building transmission. So next slide. And what they show is that if you don't properly consider the impacts of transmission, first off, you get a resource mix that is not going to be deliverable. And if you impose transmission constraints and say, well, what happens if you build according to the transmission limitations of the transmission system, you have to build a lot more stuff. But if you can also expand transmission for these future scenarios, the amount of stuff that you have to build to handle the transmission constraints is much less, resulting in much more efficient outcomes. Next slide. Similarly, another a more recent study by TCR is looking at how nodal capacity expansion feeds naturally into, in this case, long-term energy storage optimization for how Hydro-Quebec could support the New England states. And their efforts to do this integrated planning approach is greatly simplified by the fact that it's nodal from the beginning and they're not having to do a zonal to nodal transformation. Next slide. So how do we do this? And it's going to, again, play off of what Elizabeth's presentation showed earlier with a few more extra steps. So the main argument I would make is that the main trade-off we have in solving these efficiently is between the modeling of chronology in detail and the modeling of everything else in detail. And modeling everything else is increasingly important, and we can do a much better job in modeling chronology. Representative days is one of those approaches that can help us model chronology more efficiently. You don't need 365 days to represent the variability of the course of the year, but it does take a bit of a trick to figure out what those representative days should be and what the data should be to those. And that's a big piece of work. That's a place where much of our research work needs to focus, is how do we capture the variability that we care about, but without so many states. And when I say states, I'm referring to in a representative day formulation, every hour of every day is a state. You have to solve a power flow for that state. You have to solve the details of each of the resources being optimized in that state. And that's the core unit that you have in a capacity expansion study. You'd like to have that state have all the details that it can include, but not have to have 365 or 8760 states to model your capacity expansion problem. What you'd like to do is still understand, though, how those states are tied together because of the impacts of chronology, specifically on storage, but can also apply on unit commitment constraints and ramping. And those are the three basic areas that we have to worry about for time coupling. If you know of others, that would be great to talk with you about. Next slide. So what we do is we take the process that we have today for modeling chronology one step further. For some problems, people view that necessary to have full chronology. 8760, this would be an example with firmware and optimization of their long duration storage with their iron oxide batteries. They don't see how you can do the optimization of their battery technology in a representative day formulation. And they're right. It's not, you have to have some way of reflecting the fact that those batteries can move energy between days. So I'm introducing new terminology here. I'm referring to explicit chronology as those where we're representing the hour-by-hour daisy chaining of decisions so that you can see how 1 hour directly affects the next hour in a chronological fashion. And we have two approaches there, the full chronology and what I call semi-chronology, which would be the traditional representative day formulation. A third approach I'm referring to as implicit chronology using wrapper constraints, understanding that what we care about is the limits on flexibility in moving resources or moving attributes like fuels and emissions and energy between hours, not that we actually need to understand that it's at this hour to this hour to this hour. And we can represent those with energy constraints efficiently. And we avoid some of the challenges that we create by having explicit chronological representations. So next slide. There should be another slide in here showing some recent work by EPRI on the ability to do this, showing how this approach can be also used to improve the participation by storage in day-ahead markets, because not only does this apply to capacity expansion studies, it can also be applied to real-time, to day-ahead operations to enable broader participation by storage without bogging the markets down. But the basic idea is meant to be illustrated by these plots here. If we consider each of those vertical stripes a state of the system, an hour of the year. When we look at full chronology, we're looking at 8760. When we look at representative days, we're taking certain days out of the year in order to represent the variability over the year without having to include all days of the year. When we get to the implicit chronological approaches, we can recognize that within each of those days that all the hours of the day may not be necessary either. There's redundancy in the information contained there, and we can capture the variability we care about without having 24 hours in each day. And we can also, by abstracting the idea that these are not chronologically modeled, but instead modeled with a wrapper constraint formulation, we can bundle these states in different ways to represent different kinds of storage characteristics. We can look at daily energy constraints, we can look at weekly energy constraints, we can look at monthly, seasonal, annual. So we can capture all these time-coupled characteristics in a single model without having the limitations of representative day formulation and without having the limitations of computational performance from a full chronology. Next slide. Oh, here's the UPRI presentation. So this is a report that came out a few years ago, just showing that how the concept of wrapper constraints could be applied to day-ahead markets to help improve the participation of storage in markets. Next slide. Okay, so I very briefly showed you that there are some approaches that we can use to solve these problems at scale. I didn't talk quite as much about the stochastic versus robust approaches, but that's also built into this. There are ways to make sure that we can do this without having necessarily large penalty costs, and that we can use something that what's Tree's last name? From NREL has shown, using extreme events to drive the capacity expansion model to capture the extreme event impacts that we care about, but in a way that we're using them as reliability events, not as economic events, so that we can, if you have a zero weight on those events, they're driving the problem to feasible solutions, but they're not actually being weighted in the objective function. You combine the robust and the stochastic approaches in an efficient way. So a bunch more to talk about on that, though. It's very brief. So if the solutions exist, why are we not using them? That's the last topic I wanted to address. Next slide. So changing things is hard. People are very resistant. It requires lots of investment. There's a reason that many of the legacy tools are still broadly used in the industry, because it's a lot more than just the tools. You got people, you got data, you got processes. It takes a lot of work to change things. And generally, we don't change things until there's a real necessity, either a crisis or just a huge benefit to the change that overwhelms the resistance. Also, it's a problem that there's been a lot of overselling of capabilities in the industry. Vendors are all in it to have a business, and they will sell you capabilities, and you find out that, yeah, they have it, but it doesn't really work, and it's not nearly as effective as what we had before. So there's a negative experiences, and that also puts people off, because you never know if you're going to have a negative experience until you have the proof somehow. So a lot of this is addressing that risk of, yeah, sure, Russ, you're telling me that this solution exists, but my experience has been, it's been a disaster when we've tried these things because of my past experiences. Thank you. Okay, and then the last point is saying there is possibility for changes, though, and a lot of this comes about for new use cases that are not well addressed right now. Two of the ones that get me most excited are the support for efforts to support integrated planning. Utilities are increasingly concerned about, how do we solve these problems efficiently? Are we killing ourselves trying to do our studies? And an integrated planning needs to be more efficient. It needs to be easier to execute. And so having a nodal capacity expansion avoids a lot of barriers. There are other aspects to it also, and we can do a lot better. And the other thing that's increasingly valuable is operational risk assessment. We can think about a resource adequacy problem as every year evaluating, do we have enough capacity for the next year? But as we've seen in recent events, a lot of times there are operational timeframe decisions that are being made that we could use to manage the risks on the system. Like Winter Storm Uri, the utilities, the RTOs knew about that well in advance with weather forecasts. In some cases, they took action. In some cases, they didn't. Why were those differences there? And a lot of it has to do with lack of support for the operators in the control room to help them make those decisions. And so these capabilities offer other potential to help them move forward. So there are new use cases, and those are the places that are really opportunities to help industry. The next slide. So just a cute little a slide at the cartoon at the end, and questions.
Thank you, Russ. Just a reminder, folks online, you're pretty quiet. So if you have a question, please place those in the Q&A and we will call on you. And are there any questions in the room to kick us off?
Norm Richardson with Yes Energy. Russ, since you can't ask questions during your own session, I figured I'd step in for you here. I completely agree with you that there is a need in capacity expansion modules to be able to simplify the problem in some way. I usually see the use of planning reserve margins and ELCCs as a way to simplify the resource adequacy. Otherwise, your capacity expansion would need to include some type of stochastic analysis inside of it. I didn't quite get that from your presentation, so I was wondering if you can kind of clarify how the resource adequacy would fit in.
Well, there's two parts to that. One is that resource adequacy is another example of misconceptions about what's practical. So it is practical to do resource adequacy at the same level of detail as we do with production cost modeling. And in fact, you see this now with many vendors anyone that has a production cost model says they can do resource adequacy now. It's just basically Monte Carlo probabilistic analysis at scale. The question is, can you do it efficiently? And there's a lot of tricks that you can apply to make that process efficient. When it comes to capacity expansion, we also have the concept that resource adequacy it needs to be kind of a part of that we need to build to a criterion, that we're going to keep building stuff until we reach some level of reliability based upon what we would see in a resource adequacy construct. I disagree with that. I think that what we want to do is understand given a set of requirements, which includes a level of reliability, can you handle the range of variability that you've defined in your input scenarios? That's what drives your capacity expansion needs and your resource adequacy abilities. Of course, you need resource adequacy and production cost modeling to validate what comes out of the capacity expansion model. And there is a little bit of an iterative process here because in the end, when we're boiling reality down to a simplified model, it's always an abstraction. And we're going to miss things. And the trick is to make sure we don't miss the things that are important. So if we've missed that extreme event that is an important driver for the capacity decisions that we need to make, we'll see that then in the resource adequacy study and maybe the production cost modeling. And we can then go back and say, okay, we need to redefine the states to capture that variability because we missed it before.
Great. Thank you, Russ. Audun Bottrud, I'm at MIT and Argonne, and I'll help out with questions as well. First question is, you focus primarily on adding more fidelity to these types of models, which of course is important. At the same time, you know that when we plan 10 years, 20 years into the future, there's a lot of uncertainty involved, fuel prices, policies, load growth, etc. So, where should we put our computational resources? Should we try to add more and more details into the models or try to consider a wider range of uncertainties when we do these types of exercises? There's a trade-off there.
Yeah, there is. And so the question is, which comes first? And I'd say that the details in the model come first, the representation of the resources, the representation of the transmission system, that we need to have that in there. Of course, even there's some choices. If we're modeling the transmission system, do we need to model every transmission line down to 69 kV or whatever, or even distribution transmission system? And the answer is, probably not for certain capacity expansion studies. Maybe for other capacity expansion studies we do. It just depends on the question that we're asking. But in the end, the model of the system has to have the details in it. Okay. So then the question then is, well, if that is the case, then it's the chronology that is really our lever for how much we do. And there we can say, well, the selection of scenarios is unending. It could be 8760, it could be 87,600, because in the end, how many weather years do we want to consider in terms of the variability? We'd like all of that in there if we could. Of course, it's not practical. So there we have to make our decisions about how many states, and I call these states, each hour of each representative day is a state of the system that we need to model. How many states do we need to model in the system? I'm hopeful that we can get most of these answers effectively with 50 or 100, and that's very practical. It's a problem we can solve in tens of minutes. It's not a big computational problem, and it opens up the ability to solve all the different scenarios, other scenarios, and what ifs, and testing our models out. We're not killing ourselves with a process that takes, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, 20 hours and still doesn't get to any level of computational efficiency. You can do a lot better, of course, just by selecting down the chronology. And we'll get there. But that's really where the lever is how do we boil down the variability in the system to what we care about? And I don't think we have an answer to that right now. There's work that needs to be done. So for any researchers listening, that would be a great research topic to be focused on, is how do we boil the universe down to capture the variability we care about? Because that's what drives the result.
Great, thank you. We are listening. Can I ask one more quick, more detail on the selected states, that approach, which seems very promising, but I can see that as a good way to handle things like long duration energy storage. But if you go with only, let's say, 50 states, don't you miss out on important chronological constraints on other resources? I'm thinking ramping constraints, which could be binding in other parts of the state space, let's say.
Yeah, my presentation, and it was very brief even then, mostly focused on the impacts on storage. And hopefully I showed you how the kind of state representation with what I call cliques can capture that. But you're right, there's also ramping constraints, there's also unit commitment constraints. In the same way we bind storage over different states, we can also approximate, it's a bit more heuristic, but we can also approximate the impacts of those constraints on reducing the flexibility of resources, because that's what we care about. We want to make sure that we understand the flexibility attributes of resources and how they contribute to system needs, not necessarily explicitly representing ramping or minimum up, minimum down times. And we can do that, again, with the clique representation, because we can say, well, okay, these states are bound together. If we have a slow ramping unit, it's going to be either on or off for this set of states, because it takes too long to transition between states. If we have minimum up, minimum down times, it's either going to be on or off for a subset of states, because again, we have to meet those minimum up and minimum downtime constraints. So by imposing those additional constraints on the states and the relationship between the states, we can represent the reduced flexibility that those resources have because of those kinds of chronological relationships.
Great, thank you.
We're going to do one more question in the room, which I think I saw one hand up, and then we're going to turn to an online question.
Derek Wax, OCNC. Actually, I guess you just answered this a little bit, but can you elaborate on, with the implicit chronology, how you're coupling those states? I guess if you're less dependent on temporal constraints, are you using like extra auxiliary constraints that are not engineering specific, that they're just kind of like hidden into the capacity expansion model?
Yeah, it's what I'm again referring to as the clique. So the idea is that we want to group the states together in a hierarchy, so that we can then impose restrictions on the relationships between those states. We can say that the sum of energy over a set of states has to be less than a certain amount, or that the sum of energy of recharge has to be greater than discharge, or including the impacts of efficiency. But it can also be to say, okay, well, we've got some states represent daytime hours, and another set of states represent nighttime hours. For the daytime hours, the states that represent the daytime hours, if it's a solar plant, it's available and generating. If it's a nighttime states, it's just zero. It's scheduled as zero during those states because they can't generate at all. If it's a minimum up, minimum downtime issue, and it's got an 8-hour min run time, okay, well, you say that over the course of the day states, again, it probably would have to be on or off, and at the night it would be on or off. And so you could say that the states that are the two or three states that might be representing day and night are tied together.
All right, Cody, could you please unmute, introduce yourself, and ask your question? All right, Cody is saying he doesn't have a mic. So Cody Newland asks, thank you for the presentation. You discussed the issue with capacity factors and reserve margins being used as inputs into the CEP. Do you mean capacity credit? Also, what alternatives do you propose to ensure that the generation mix meets required reliability in the CEP without enforcing the PRM or performing a full RA analysis?
Yeah. The first question again was, yeah. So he said what was the term he used for
He's asking about the issue with capacity factors and reserve margins being used as inputs into the CEP. Do you mean capacity credit?
Yeah, he had an earlier question also about renewable portfolio standards, or that's just part of the economics. And so the idea is that with these detailed models, we capture the full economics. In terms of the reliability of the process, resource adequacy is still an important part. It's a follow-on to validate that the results of capacity expansion capture the variability you care about and handle the variability. But if you have a problem, you go back and you then introduce those extreme event scenarios that are necessary to make sure that the system builds the resources necessary to handle that. It's not something we integrate together, because the ways that you integrate it together really don't get you to the goal of having the detailed models and the accuracy that we care about. So I'm recommending, as Norm asked, I think, that we separate those processes. We're not trying to embed resource adequacy in capacity expansion. Capacity expansion is driven by the scenarios that we select, expecting that the capacity build out will meet the needs of those scenarios, and then we need to validate that we included the range of scenarios necessary in order to address the 8760 full picture, resource adequacy picture.
All right. Thank you again, Russ.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Alrighty, so for our last presentation for this session, we have Tomas Valencia, Zuluaga, from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and his presentation is titled PTDF Powerflow Representation for Accelerating Large-Scale Stochastic Nodal Capacity Expansion Planning.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tomas Valencia. I'm a postdoctoral researcher in the Center for Applied Scientific Computing at Lawrence Livermore National Lab. And I'm going to talk today about some of the work we're doing in the context of nodal capacity expansion planning.
If you could speak into the mic a little bit more, you might need to either. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, okay, that's better, yeah. So I'm going to talk about some of the work we're doing on capacity expansion planning, on nodal expansion planning. Next slide, please. So the plan for today is to first give you a quick overview of the context of the big backdrop project that this work is part of, how we're understanding capacity expansion planning, and I'm going to focus on how we're representing Powerflow. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the two linear Powerflow representations that we usually consider for these kinds of problems, and what we're doing, why we think it's promising and it's going to work, some of the tests we've run so far, and what we are going to work on next. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So let's get started with the context and motivation. Next slide, please. So Elizabeth already gave us a nice overview of this, so it's going to be very quick here. But the model we have, what we understand as capacity expansion in this model, is finding the optimal investment plan. So generation, transmission, and storage, how much to build of each of those resources where in the grid to minimize total cost. So understood as a minimum of the sum of investment cost and operation cost. And of course, this is a classic uncertainty problem because we're incurring some costs now for investments, but we don't know what the operating cost will be in the future. And we are addressing this in a two-stage stochastic optimization problem where the future operation costs are uncertain in terms of the availability of resources and demand. Next slide, please. So Elizabeth already gave us a very nice overview of the conceptual idea here, so I can bombard you with equations. And I'm just kidding, this is going to be only a few, but here's the mathematical overview of the formulations. It's a two-stage stochastic mixed integer linear problem. In the first stage, that's the top row, we have investment decisions, so generation, storage, and transmission. In the second stage, we have the operational decisions. And as I say, it's a two-stage stochastic optimization problem. So we have a series of scenarios, in this here by omega, and in the second stage, we have the cost of operating those scenarios. So the generation costs, storage costs, and the cost of load shedding if we're eventually not able to meet demand. each of those costs is given a weight, which we interpret as probabilities, and each of those scenarios is given a weight, which we interpret as probabilities, and each of those scenarios we interpret as a representative day, so consists of a series of time periods indexed by t. This is a very classic, so conventional capacity expansion planning model. It's not very sophisticated. What is different about the way we're doing here is a nodal representation. So it's a very large optimization problem that becomes computationally challenging. Next slide, please. And that's precisely the and for the domains of the variables, which is the what makes it challenging, is we don't have continuous variables for everything. The second stage and some of the modular investments. So say inverter-based resources, storage and renewable generation. Integer, next slide, please. Integer variables for thermal generation, so integer multiple of turbine sizes, and binaries for the transmission. Next slide, please. And it's the presence of these mixed integers in the formulation that makes this problem very challenging. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So this is what makes the goal of this macro project that this work is part of, is to go from the zonal representations that like the one we have on the left with the classic WEC 240 bus system, 240 buses for the entire Western interconnection, to something like what we have on the right, the simplified California test system. This is the one developed at University of Wisconsin-Madison that Elizabeth introduced earlier. And when we're trying to solve this kind of problem with such high spatial resolution, it becomes challenging. And what I'm going to focus on today is where we see this computational bottleneck in our problem, and one way we see we can overcome this challenge. Next slide, please. So I'm going to focus on an operational constraint, in particular. Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, and again, next slide. In particular, transmission capacity limits. So making sure that our optimal investment plan does not lead to a need to overload transmission lines in the system. Of course, to do this, we need to solve the Powerflow problem. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page, I'm going to give you a two-word introduction of what that is, compare those formulations and the one we're using. Next slide, please. So let's start doing that. Next slide. So the transmission, the Powerflow problem is finding out how power makes its way from sources to generation. So in this slide on the left, some generation resources, how it makes its way through the grid to where it's being demanded in demand centers. We cannot route power like we would trucks. So we presented some of this, an earlier version of this work a year ago here at this conference. Where we are using a transportation formulation that is assuming we can route power like we would trucks freely through the grid. Here we're trying to actually respect how power flows in the grid. Next slide, please. Which is following the laws of physics, which in the most simple linear representation is given by the equation I have here on the screen, where we need the voltage angles between the ends of two branches, the susceptance, which is an attribute of the transmission element, and the flow is given by that product. Because of the letters usually used for representing this, we call this the B theta representation of linear power flow, often called DC power flow. So next slide, please. When we, in this super small system, to solve power flow with the B theta representation, we need energy balance constraints and power flow constraints at each node in the system, which is what we're seeing here. So just to guarantee that no transmission element in the grid is overloaded, we need to enumerate all of these constraints, all of these variables. And when we do this for such a large system with expansion of transmission elements, this becomes a bottleneck. Of course, because everything here is linear, one simple thing we can do is use linear algebra, get rid of some of those variables. Next slide, please. Put everything in a matrix and express flows through each element as the linear combination of power injections at each point in the grid. And this matrix is called the power transfer distribution factors matrix, PTDF. And with such an formulation, the Powerflow problem becomes a much more compact problem. We got rid of a lot of the variables, so all the thetas, and we can directly enforce the transmission limits we want to enforce. Not just that, next slide, please. If we have some heuristic knowledge, I'm the operator of the system, I know that if any transmission element is going to get overloaded, it's going to be this line that I have highlighted here. I can just forget about the rest of the system, just focus on that one row of the matrix, and that significantly reduces the size of the system. Next slide, please. So to recap a super brief summary, the B theta formulation is a larger problem. With the PTDF, we can get it more compact. Of course, this doesn't come for free. There's an additional step of calculating the matrix, which is not free. And these are very dense matrix, whereas in the B theta formulation, although it's larger, it's sparse. So there's a trade-off here. Now, everything I just showed you, this is not new. This is classic power system analysis that you can find in any textbook. Why is it not usually used in capacity expansion planning? Is because this matrix depends on system topology. And if we're changing the system topology through transmission expansion, we will need to recompute this matrix continuously, and this is a very challenging problem. What I want to show here is we have been, there are ways to address this. We're trying them, and we have some very promising results, which is what we're going to show you next. Next slide, please. Okay. So let me show you what we're using, the results we have so far, and why we think this works for our approach to capacity expansion planning. Next slide, please. So the idea for managing the changes in topology is virtual injections to handle transmission switching. So this is not again not a new idea. This has been proposed before for handling switching or line outages. The idea is you consider what you have here on the figure on the left, virtual injections at the end of transmission elements, which if you make them exactly match the flow through the element, leads to a result which is equivalent to the transmission element not being there. So you can consider for transmission expansion a system in which all the transmission candidates you're considering are there, so exist in the system. We're going to switch off through virtual injections the transmission elements we don't want to build. This has been proposed before for transmission switching in the context of transmission expansion in, for example, this paper by Ramani and others. We're extending this work by also considering expansion of generation and storage, and using this in a stochastic optimization form context where we're going to use scenario decomposition by representative day. Let me show you some of the experiments we have so far and why we think this is going to work for a larger system. Next slide, please. So our goal is to make our way up to the California test system I showed at the beginning. For now, we're working on a test case of South Carolina with 500 buses, which is not huge, but it's not tiny either. We have a sandbox test case of South Carolina with 500 buses, with generation availability and load data for 365 days, which is coming from a climate projection output data from the ERA5 climate model to make sure that our generation availability and load profiles maintain some of the correlation that is common from the same climate output. And I want to show you the results of two experiments. The first is I'm going to show you 365 single-day instances of the capacity expansion planning problem solved independently, as if we were just expanding the system for each one of those days separately. And then the stochastic optimization version of that problem where we have all those scenarios together. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at here is the first of these experiments. So each X in this scatter plot is one representative day, so one of these 365 days in the system. In the vertical axis, we're studying the solutions for the PTDF formulation of Powerflow. The horizontal axis is the B theta formulation of Powerflow. The left-hand side plot gives us the time performance. The black line is the Y equal X line. So what we're seeing here is that for virtually all of the time instances of the scenarios we're considering in this problem here, the PTDF formulation takes significantly less time to solve than B theta. The right-hand side gives us the cost, so the optimal cost found by the solver for these scenarios, And again, for virtually all of them, they're identical. Of course, they should be identical in a pure DCOPF formulation. We are using some heuristics to recover some of the sparsity of the matrix by thresholding down to 0 some of the entries of the PTDF matrix. And we are doing some line monitoring to reduce the size of the optimization system, which is why they are not exactly identical. But we are seeing they are virtually the same for almost all of them. Next slide, please. Why this is relevant for what we're doing. Elizabeth gave us an overview of this earlier in the session. I'm going to give you a more pictorial representation of the decomposition approach we're taking to solving this optimization problem. We are trying to solve this large stochastic optimization problem with progressive hedging, with a progressive hedging algorithm, which uses scenario decomposition. So for a small example, consider a case where we only have 2 representative days. One day represents a very rainy day, one day omega-2 represents a sunny day. We're trying to solve the stochastic optimization problem across these 2 days. Next slide, please. What we're going to do is decompose this using a parallel computing cluster by giving each sub-problem to a separate computing node within the cluster. So we're going to give one day to one of them and the other day to the other. Of course, because they're seeing different data, each optimization sub-problem is going to come to a different solution. Next slide, please. So, for example, for the rainy day, we're going to see a lot of hydro availability. So the optimal solution is going to be to build a lot of hydro dams. Whereas for the sunny day, we're going to see a lot of solar resources. So the optimal solution is going to be to build a lot of solar panels. Of course, we need these 2 investment plans to agree with each other because they represent the same investment plan. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do is add a penalty term to each of the sub-problems. Next slide, please. To penalize them for not agreeing with each other, we're going to iterate this process until they agree. Next slide. At which point we will have one common investment plan for which we have some guarantees of optimality for the total stochastic optimization problem. Next slide. So next slide, please. So if you look at it, each sub-problem is solving exactly what we were seeing before, a single scenario, single day instance of the capacity expansion planning problem. What we were seeing before in the scatter plots was just the final version of the optimization sub-problems, the final times and final solution. What we're looking at here is how we got there. So what we're looking at here is box plots of the times to get to different target MIP caps for each of those 365 instances. And what we see, next slide, please, is that in the intermediate range of 0.1% to 3%, which is exactly the range of MIP cap that we're going to solve at each iteration of the progressive hedging algorithm, we see something very similar to what we've seen in the scatter plots before. That is, on the right-hand side of each of these plots, we have the PTDF, on the left, B theta. The PTDF times to get to each of these target MIP caps is consistently lower than the B theta corresponding formulation. And that's exactly what we're going to be solving in the stochastic optimization problem, which is what makes us think this is going to be working very well for that formulation. And that's what we see, next slide, please, when we solve the stochastic optimization problem, putting the different scenarios together. So what we're looking at here is the PTDF versus B theta on the 500 bus test case I was showing earlier for different numbers of scenarios ranging from 20 to 200. What we see is, as we expected from the scatter plot results, for all of them, we get to solutions within 2% of the optimal solution in a fraction of the time that the B theta Powerflow formulation takes. In these results we're looking at here, we're only doing a single shot optimization problem. What this shows us is we have time to actually be smarter about it and recover some of this optimality by dynamically updating the heuristics we're using to simplify the problem. We still have time to do it more times and still beat what we're seeing for the B theta formulation, which is what we're working on next. Next slide, please. So some so to talk about some next steps that we're working on in the project. Next slide, please. After having successfully implemented this formulation of the PTDF formulation of Powerflow for our joint generation, storage, and transmission nodal capacity expansion planning model, we are working on the one hand, making our way to the larger, more realistic test case of California that we were showing before, and that we've solved our transportation formulation earlier in this project, and dynamically updating this matrix to recover some of the optimality guarantees that were given up by the heuristic that allows us accelerating the whole process. Next slide, please. So yeah, some acknowledgements to members of the team that helped put all of this together, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomas. We're going to turn to the Q&A and start with any questions in the room. And just a reminder for folks online to please put your question in the Q&A and we'll call on you.
Derek Wax, OCNT. Thank you so much. This was really interesting. Do you weight the penalty terms differently before you, like when you're doing things in parallel, or is that something that you apply equally to both of the scenarios? Like, are those penalty terms themselves probabilistic based on those two outcomes? Can you just elaborate?
Yeah, so there are two. Yeah, so those are affected by the probabilities of the scenarios. So the probabilities of the stochastic optimization formulation, and then the weights themselves are updated through each iteration. There's a dual weights that are. So if you're familiar with the ADMM optimization approach, so the weights are updated each iteration based on how much disagreement there is across scenarios. And you can chat offline afterwards if you want, but yeah, they are updated and they are also affected by the weights, so probabilities of each scenario in the formulation.
So very useful work. I think that there's a couple of concepts here that are really important to share. I would point out that the methods that you're working towards are things that our customers have been doing for half a decade in terms of application of PTDF to transmission expansion planning. I would wonder also if that's what you were doing in your efforts, using PTDFs instead of B theta. Really? Oh, I misunderstood. Sorry. Oh, gosh. Okay, so yeah, it's the right approach. I think that the challenge is that there's a couple of misconceptions about the choices. And I think that you're focusing on those. It'd be really great if you could focus on those in your results, specifically PTDF versus B theta, because broadly the research and academic community don't understand that. The industry has been solving this that way with PTDF for 3 decades. It's the efficient, appropriate approach, but in the academic literature and the research, it's mostly still B theta because it's not even taught in school. People don't understand it. So in showing the impact of the two choices is really critical, I think, to get out in the literature because it doesn't really exist. And that would be a great service. The other thing is the progressive hedging versus the extended form. I mean, you don't talk about extended form stochastic modeling, but I've yet to see, and I know JP is here so he can talk about his experience also, but I've yet to see that progressive hedging can get to the levels of accuracy that we need efficiently. You talk about 2% MIP gap. That's way too loose still. I mean, we need to get down to 0.05, 0.0104 in the case of ISO New England or New York that I was talking with yesterday. Well, no, but the data is good enough for many cases. The problem is if you have a loose MIP gap, the detailed results that you get don't make sense from an operational standpoint. And that's what you care about. So even if your stochastic data, your models of uncertainty are grossly uncertain, you still want the details to make sense when you come out the other end. And you get really nonsense results, particularly when you have integer constraints. So anyways, showing the impacts of progressive hedging versus the extended form would be a great service to the community broadly. So I do have 2 detailed questions. I did have questions. The first is, you mentioned about having a filter on the PTDFs. What was the filter you used? What was the level?
The filter for the thresholding down to 0.
Mm-hmm.
It was a relative filter of I think, 1% of the coefficients across the road.
Ooh, okay, that's pretty darn crude. And what was my other question? Yeah, I think you answered the question about the MIP gap. So yeah, I think you're doing important work. I think it's really good to help think things more broadly because your goal is to publish on the work. But it's really the value is going to be on those two topics, giving some detail.
Yeah, to comment maybe on the extensive form versus progressive hedging part of that. The kind of problems, because of course, if you can solve the excessive form one, that's the one you should be solving. That will always be better than the decomposition one if you can solve it. We are looking at sizes of problems where extensive form is not what we see as the way to solve the problem because it's just too large. So that's maybe one comment about that part.
All right, we're going to turn to an online question next.
All right, Cody, if you could please unmute and ask your question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah. Cody Nolan with Sandia National Labs. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think a number of my questions actually got answered, but I do have just one clarifying question. I wrote down slide 23. I'm not sure if it was the right one, but you mentioned like comparing the time performance. Is that just the model solve time, or is that also the time it takes to calculate the PTDF matrix when you were comparing the two methods?
So the times here exclude the time to perform the PTDF matrix. I had that in I think that's like that is not in this deck. Even when you put that back in, it's significantly faster when you're considering that you're going to solve this iteratively many times in the progressive hedging formulation. So you only do it once, and you're solving this for many iterations. So those times fade out very quickly.
Okay, and you're only calculating it once. Is that what you said? Okay. Thank you. Interesting work. Thanks.
And we have another one in the room here.
Thanks. Jesse Hensley, FERC Policy Office. I'm wondering about things that wouldn't add system elements, but more like would actually reduce the need for system elements. And here I'm thinking about widespread adoption of dynamic line ratings. How would you incorporate that in the model? Like, would it be an operational constraint, or would it come out in the scenario analysis?
So if you're say that whether it's taking elements out of the system?
I was thinking about the widespread adoption of dynamic line ratings. So you may reduce the need for adding system elements.
Yeah, that's not something we have here. Dynamic line ratings it can be coupled into the formulation we have through the scenarios, especially if those dynamic line ratings are temperature driven, which they mostly are. That's something that directly couples into what we have, where we have different scenarios corresponding to different generation, so availability of resources and consumption levels, which are also driven by weather variables, mostly temperature. So this could plug right into what we have. We haven't done it yet, but it will be easily compatible.
Any others online? Any others in the room? All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you again, Tomas.
Alrighty, y'all. Well, that concludes this session. We're now going to move into a break, and wanted to highlight that we will be starting again at 10:45, so a slightly shorter break than the one yesterday. If you'd like to grab any coffee or snacks, those are available on the 3rd floor, so just one floor above us. And then whenever we return, we'll be having sessions in here again, as well as in the commission meeting room. So please look at the agenda to see which room you'd like to be in, and thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kayla Southwick with the FERC Policy Office. Our first presentation for this session is going to be by Ignacio Aravena from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and is titled A Novel Partitioning Algorithm for Constructing Diverse Solution Sets for the Unit Commitment Problem. Please come on up.
Well, thank you very much. This is joint work with a student I had last summer, Jason Lee from UC Berkeley, with John Paul Watson and her advisor, Alper Atamchuk at UC Berkeley also. Next slide, please. So the outline, I'm going to talk about the motivations for this work, and I'm going to really talk about a lot of the motivations. Then I will show you what the approach is and how do we deal with certain issues that we found when we were designing this approach. And then we'll go for the conclusions and next steps in this research. Next slide, please. All right, so why are we even caring about diverse solution sets in this space? I will assume that we all know what the unit commitment problem is. So it's a decision problem where we set what are the units that will supply the energy for the next day or the next couple of hours. But we take this as a optimization problem. We were trying to minimize the cost of operation. You see the unit commitment problem is traditionally solved to a certain gap, certain tolerance, and there may be many solutions within that tolerance. It's not just one. Once you solve the unit commitment problem, as you may solve any other, maybe a capacity expansion problem also, maybe some problem within a PCM workflow, you always face this issue that you're solving problems with a certain epsilon accuracy, and within that epsilon accuracy, thousands or millions of solutions there might be there. Now, different epsilon optimal solutions might be similar in terms of cost. That's why they are optimal or epsilon optimal, but they might be very, very different in terms of other aspects that you are not optimizing for. Aspects such as performance in terms of security, reliability, fairness, and others. Well, how can we tell whether a problem has these many solutions, as many of those do have variability among the solutions in these other aspects that are also important for operations? Well, the simplest way would be to get a set of diverse solutions instead of just getting one, and see how the metrics that we care about perform across this set of diverse solutions. But right now, what we found is that there was no method to get a set of well-scattered solutions that was not going through all of the solutions, essentially getting through a MIP gap and enumerate all the possible solutions that exist within the MIP gap. So our ultimate goal with this work is to characterize the spans of solutions of realistic UC instances, but the tools that we're developing here are not particular to unit commitment. They can be applied also to capacity expansion or production cost modeling or any other mixed integer problem that you're using within a certain workflow to simulate the operations of electricity systems. Next slide, please. All right, so what is the standard approach to obtain multiple solutions of a mixed integer problem? Well, you start with an empty set, you solve, and then you add, you get a solution, and then you ban that solution from ever appearing again using what is called a no good cut. A no good cut is something that, like what appears there in the equation number 2. Okay, forward. There will be a lot of equations here. There will be also a lot of pictures. So if you don't want to see the equations, there will be pictures after that will show the same things that the equations show. But essentially what this does is to prevent this solution that you already found to be found again. Once you add that inequality, you can solve the problem again and you will get a different solution. And once you have gotten all the solutions, you simply get a certificate that the problem is infeasible because there are no longer any more solutions. This approach can be implemented over a loop outside of the solver, or can be implemented using what's called solver callbacks, which is something that is used in UC actually to implement PTDFs. So PTDF constraints are usually added through callbacks. Well, one thing that we are not addressing here directly, at least, is what happens with continuous variables. Because in unit commitment problems, we only have, okay, so the unit commitment decision is whether the unit is online or not. But there is also production decision. There are flow decisions over the branches. Those are continuous variables. Well, if a solution appears and we ban it, then implicitly we are counting all of the possible continuous solutions that integer solution supports. So we're not ignoring them. We're just treating them implicitly in this approach. All right, next slide, please. So what is the problem with this no good code approach, aside from the fact that we will need to enumerate the whole set of millions possibly of solutions, or maybe even more, is that it's not very good at generating tight formulations. So as you add more and more of these cuts, they will start generating many fractional vertices. Now, fractional vertices are like the blue dot in the figure. We don't want them because they complicate issues for the mixed integer solver. And as you continue adding them, your solution time increases. Thereby, getting the first solution is easy. Getting the 10,000 solution using this approach is very difficult. And we need to enumerate them all because once you ban a solution, let's say we take the solution of the, that is the top right corner, and we ban it with the triangle that is pointing in that direction, then the next solution that we will get if we run this algorithm will be the solution next to it, right next to it. That while there might be a solution in the space that is much farther away, and we don't want to get all solutions within the same neighborhood. Next slide, please. Of course, I didn't invent it that the MIPs have many solutions. This has been studied in the past. We are basing our work on particularly the work of Laporte and Lubbock, and more recently, I think very relevant to mention that Dana and Woodruff studied different metrics to select multiple solutions from a set, and also they studied how these how different can solutions be within unit commitment, and they found that they would be pretty different. All right, next slide, please. All right, so what are the contributions of this work? Well, we propose a novel method that does the following. It will select a very sparse or very well distributed, very scattered set of solutions by construction. So it will not need to enumerate the whole set of solutions to get that set. At each iteration, as opposed to the method that will solve for one solution at a time, we will be solving for two solutions at a time, and then adding cuts and partitioning, not only adding cuts, but adding cuts and splitting the feasible set into many solutions, which will lead to, which help us with parallelization. The subpolytopes who don't have any intersection, and we can control this algorithm. The number of subpolytopes that we generate through this partition doesn't explode. Next slide, please. So what is the key idea? Well, what we're doing with the no good cut approach is to solve an MIP, get a solution, and then prevent that solution from ever appearing again with a cut. But over time, what we will collect is a set of solutions that we have already visited. So the idea is, what if we could subtract from the feasible set the convex hull of all the solutions that we have already seen? That will generate a tighter set to look for new solutions. And well, it will generate a tighter set and will also allow us to search in different directions. problematic aspect of doing this is that this might require us to use infinitely many no-good cuts, but that's not the case. We can actually find a finite number of cuts that split the original feasible set into many a controllable number of sets that we can further iterate on. Next slide, please. All right, so figures. Now we start with the figures. So the left-hand side, you will see how you will banish two solutions, the two red dots, once you have visited them with the no-good cuts. And the left-hand side shows what our approach does. So since it bans the convex hull between the two solutions that we found, we get a hyperplane as an inequality that says you shall not search for solutions in the farthest most region of this cube. So it is a tighter cut. It doesn't have fractional points. So it's nicer to Groby and to all the mixed integer solvers. And we are happy with it. Next slide, please. This also works for other cases as well. One key insight is that the shape of these partitions depends on the number of coordinates that are different between the two solutions that you select to partition around. So if you select just two solutions that are just one coordinate away, you will not get a partition. You will just get one set, like in the figure A on the right, sorry, on the left. If your coordinates are, if your two solutions are two coordinates away, then you get two partitions, this kind of like two tetrahedra. And then if you get three or more, then you get, well, many solutions, many different sets that partition contributes to. Next slide, please. All right, so that's fine in figures, but can we do this in general? Yes, we can. We can solve that problem of computing the cuts that will make all points in a resulting set distance one away from the convex hull between the two solutions that we select. And we can determine that the value of that, the multiplier of that convex combination between the two solutions. But only when we select two solutions. So only when we do between two solutions. If we try to do the same with three solutions, let's say we have one that partition around three solutions, we cannot do that because we cannot solve that bottom problem explicitly. Next slide, please. So in the three-dimensional 0-1 cube, we have three cases, which is what I showed in the prior figure. We have like, all the elements are different. There is one coordinate that is different, or there are two coordinates that are different. Next slide, please. So if two coordinates are different, as I mentioned before, we get these two tetrahedra. Again, we can get them from visual inspection, or we can get them programmatically or mathematically through these expressions. Next slide, please. In n dimensions, we can do the same sort of trick. And take two solutions, compute this t that ends up being sort of like a midpoint in between the two solutions that we're selecting. Next slide, please. And the result is that in any dimensions, if we take two solutions out of the unique problem or any mixing integer problem in reality, and we want to remove the convex hull out of that, we end up with these three types of regions. The first one, the first two ones are sort of simplex-like, and the last one are sort of like an edge of the hypercube. Next slide, please. So, well, as I said, there are a lot of equations that are also figures. So as I mentioned, the 1 and 2 are sort of like simplexes. In this case, they are just a point. And the 3 and 4 types of regions that we get out of this partition are sort of like edges of the hypercube. Next slide, please. All right, so we have now a technique that will allow us to partition the region of the feasible solutions, given that we have two solutions. So we can build an algorithm that will allow us to sample points from the feasible set of the unit commitment problem. The algorithm will work as follows. So we start with a feasible set. We select two solutions out of the feasible set. We use the procedure to partition the feasible set into multiple regions. We extract solutions and we iterate then over each of the subpolytopes that we generated before. Next slide, please. But there is just one issue. We're interested in solutions. Solutions are vertices of this hypercube. And if we are partitioning around these six, if we partition this cube into these 6 edges, there will be vertices that are intersections that will be in 2 edges at the same time. And we don't want that because that's redundancy. So next slide. Next slide, please. So this, well, we notice that this type of intersection only happens between the cuts that, sorry, the regions that are in the last one that are sort of like edges of the hypercube. And we can identify them. And they are caused because the cut that we were using will join all the pairs for which the solutions that we select to do the partitioning around are different. Next slide, please. So, okay, next slide. So a way to avoid this issue is to, instead of taking all the pairs, to take a path around the set of pairs and formulate the equations slightly different. And next slide, please. Then we get a set that doesn't have any intersection. And there is a picture of this set in the next slide. So you don't have to look at that. Next slide, please. Right, so we go from that, the left figure where we had intersections between the resulting sets out of the partitions to something that doesn't have intersection anymore. So the intersection is removed and we are good to go. Now, next slide. So far we have discussed what to do once we have 2 solutions, but we want to generate well-scattered sets of solutions. So how do we select 2 solutions so that we generate well-scattered sets of solutions? We want to get the solutions that are the farthest away as possible. Now, getting the farthest away as possible will imply solving a problem that is twice the size of our original problem. We don't want to do that. Instead, what we do is to get a solution and then find the other solution within the feasible set that is within the feasible set, within the feasible set, and that is also epsilon suboptimal, that is the farthest away from the one that we already got. And we do that to generate 2 solutions, and then we apply the partitioning procedure that we got from, that we described in the previous slides. Next slide, please. So we can put all of this in a very nice parallel algorithm that we can run over supercomputers at Livermore. And yes, well, the main idea is that you're partitioning the hypercube into multiple regions, and then you can assign different processors to do the different regions of the hypercube. And then follow on from that, each processor will continue partitioning, and there will be a queue of regions that you need to explore, and you can distribute that workload over many, many computers. Next slide, please. All right, so we implemented this in Python using MPI4Py for communications among processors, and we solved with Gurobi each subproblem. We did some experiments with MIP-lib instances with a 5% gap, and with the PJ-lib UC KAISO instances with a 1% gap tolerance. The KAISO instances have 600 or so generators. We run them on just 1 or 2 nodes in Ruby, so it's not like a full HPC. I mean, this is an HPC cluster, but we didn't run an HPC simulation. We set the maximum distance between points for splitting as 32 because we didn't want that many subpolytopes to be generated at each iteration of this partitioning algorithm. And our baseline for comparison is, well, the new no-good approach that I described at the beginning, implemented as best as I could implement it. So I implemented it through callbacks and through a lot of resolving. So it is very fast. And our diversity metric is the total pairwise distance over the binaries of the solution. Next slide, please. All right, so here are some solutions for the MIP-LIB instances in terms of diversity. There is one instance that I wanted to put here where, for some reason that I still don't know, the no-good cut came with more diverse set than the approach that we are developing here. So these plots meet on the x-axis, they have the number of solutions. On the y-axis, they have diversity compared to what diversity you will achieve using the no-good cut approach normalized to 1. So the curve shows that if it's greater than 1, we're better than the no-good cut approach. If it's more than 1, we're not. But these are MIP-LIB instances, so these are very small cases. We actually were able to enumerate all of the solutions within the MIP gap for this, which is why for most of the instances, if you go to 100 or 1,000 solutions, the two approaches get to the same point because you have the same diversity for both. Next slide, please.
We are at time, but you're welcome to go a couple minutes into your Q&A if you'd like. Up to you.
Let's go to the next slide and then go to.
Okay.
Okay, so these are actually the results for CAISO that I wanted to show the most. And as you can see, we are generating solution sets that are 20 times more diverse than the ones that you can get just with the no-good cuts, which is what we wanted. So from this side, I think, yeah, well, these are promising results, but we continue to develop things. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Okay, so we have presented this new approach. Sorry for all the equations, but this is all new, so I wanted to present it in full. The approach can be interpreted as a specialized branch and bound, branch and pattern cut approach scheme seeking diversity instead of just focusing on a certain region of the feasible set. The numerical results for MIP-LIB are mixed, but for CAISO, they are rather promising. Next steps, we're going to be looking into what differences are in terms of what is of interest for the electricity market among these different sets of instances of solutions. And we're also going to be looking into doing a better implementation of our method using callbacks as opposed to what we have now. And with that, I'll take questions.
We are now going to move into Q&A. As a reminder, please introduce yourself before asking your question. And for folks online, please enter any questions in the Q&A function. But we will start in the room. Any questions in the room?
Thanks, Russ.
You know, I'd ask one if no one else does. So is there anything specific in your analysis for the unit commitment problem, or is it just generally applicable to any binary mixed integer programming problem?
What I presented now is applicable to all binary linear problems.
So it's really in the realm of, how do we improve the mixed integer programming solver, which is good. And it looks like what you're proposing is a parallelization mechanism to say, identify vertices and then solve those in parallel to identify the additional cuts, no good cuts, to be able to get to a solution more efficiently. Is that the concept?
No, I see. I did put you up. The concept is to try to generate a diverse set of solutions, like a solution pool, but that the solutions in the solution pool are all very different from each other.
Right, but then you can process those in parallel to be able to identify additional cuts presumably then allowing for improved performance. But it sounds like it only is effective once you get into the branch and bound phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, so for the specific application of UC, it may not be the best example of that. I mean, it's really an interesting idea for the solver engines, and hopefully Gurobi, Cplex, and others have probably already addressed some of these concepts there, but parallelization is still ongoing in terms of the implementation of those. And so it's a good way to deal with parallelization and branch and bound. The thing with the application unit commitment is most of the time, if not always, we solve at the root node. And so we don't even get into branch and bound. And that usually is dependent upon a good formulation of the constraints and variables in the unit commitment problem, which is a bit of art in terms of experience. So the case study may not be the most useful for your work, but it is an interesting concept for improving mixed integer programming.
There is one precision that I will make. Even if you solve at the root node, there might still be multiple solutions.
You mean degeneracy?
Not degeneracy in the sense of simplex degeneracy, but there may be multiple binary solutions even if you solve at the root node.
Yeah, always, because there's a MIP gap.
No, even if you solve with zero MIP gap, there will still be multiple solutions.
And then you have degeneracy.
Well, maybe.
Well, that would be the definition of degeneracy.
Not in the sense of simplex.
We can take it offline, thanks.
My name is Siva. I'm a PhD candidate from Cornell. I'm actually curious about how would you operationalize this, right? Like I'm curious about the runtime of a normal unit commitment problem versus the solution that you're presenting here. And I guess what I'm thinking about this problem, if let's say it doesn't converge and you stop the iteration, do you actually get like a much more richer solution set using your solution compared to a normal unit commitment branch and bound method?
Yes. That's the idea behind the parallelization, so that you have a certain runtime, say an hour. I mean, be generous here, 1 hour. So how of a diverse set of solutions to the unit commitment problem you can get within 1 hour? And that's why we wanted something that can be parallelized, and the partition algorithm came out of that need. We have to still see what the implications of having multiple solutions to unit commitment are, because how do you pick among those? What are the implications for markets? Like if you have a solution to unit commitment, that implies price, that implies transfers. If you have multiple solutions, how do you do that? How do you pick there? So we want to get to a point where we can solve this for an industrial case, say the WEC, and then see what are the differences between this, the solutions within a tight mid-gap. So we can analyze whether there are any things that need to be addressed or any systematic biases that the solver is going to a certain type of solution where there are other solutions, and there may be people that is not compensated or not chosen to be participant in the market, to be an active participant in the market, even though they might. So that's sort of like in the horizon later, once we have perfected this technique.
We have one question online. AJ, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question? If not, I can read it. So he asks, what metrics would you use to measure the performance of your method?
Set diversity versus time.
Hi, Sushant Varghese from New York ISO. I had a quick question. So this formulation is tight in the sense the cuts that it produces. But how compact is it? Does it produce a lot more cuts compared to the standard no good cuts approach, or is it similar? Could you just talk about that?
It does not produce that many more cuts. Actually produces less cuts per partition, but you have to keep track of the partitions. So it's in the no good cut, you just have like one problem, and you just chop pieces out of it. In this case, you have a splitting. So you have to, there are cuts that belong to each piece, and then each piece has kind of like has a child piece if you break it more. So you have to keep track of not only the cuts, but also this cut belongs to what partition itself. So if you count them overall, there might be more cuts, but to each partition, there are less cuts.
I see. So once the problem sort of splits, the space itself becomes smaller.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We are out of time for questions for this session, so let's give another round of applause for our presenters. All right, for our next presentation, we have a presentation by Allison Campbell from Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, who will be presenting on next generation market approaches to support system stability and reliability. So Allison, please come on up.
Hi there. When I was sitting down this morning, I was thinking that there's certainly a distribution of heights to the speaker. So we all like probability here, I think. So I'm Allison Campbell. I'm from PNNL. Yeah, and I'm going to be presenting some work that we are getting started on. I don't have some great conclusions yet, but I'm really excited about this, and especially to talk with folks here. Next slide. So this work is at the lab through an LDRD or an internally funded work. But what we're trying to address is some issues with markets that are struggling to manage diverse technologies. What you see here is that the increased dependence on technologies that are power electronics based leads to things such as market volatility, which we see with zero or negative prices in operational markets. That can impact the resource cost recovery for those non-power electronic resources, and also system disturbances. So this arises when you have limited visibility into the specifications of the physical components, leading to system-wide oscillations and ultimately stability. So lots of problems that's spanning from both the economics to the physics of the system. Next slide. Some more details here. So this shows up as some economic inefficiencies. This is a plot from CAISO's, I think their last year market report. So these systems that have more representations of zero marginal cost units are experiencing increased frequency and magnitude of negative locational marginal prices. So a quote from that here, in the day-ahead market, the frequency of these negative prices increased from 1% to 2.2% compared to the same quarter of the previous year. Small percents, but it is increasing, and we ultimately don't really want that. Next slide. In addition, we're seeing decreased dispatch of baseload and peaker units, which on its own isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is a harbinger of other economic inefficiencies. So the quote I have here, I was also realizing sitting down that these are really small, so I'd like to read the quotes here from the elements. So the baseload and peaker units, that's what's on the bottom part of this graph, are experiencing decreased generation relative to the same time in the previous year. You'll just have to take my word for it, but that is what the graph shows. Next slide. And then this is from a FERC report. So thanks for putting that out. We're also seeing suppressed LMPs. I'm showing that here with, so this is the percent change in annual mean and median day ahead on peak wholesale electricity prices, meaning that they are becoming negative. That's the percent change, getting smaller across a number of integrated markets. And next slide. In addition to that, we're also seeing increased variability in the LMP. And I'm pointing that out as a larger mean difference. So if we look at the difference between the mean which is the lighter blue, and the median, which is the dark blue. So that's a pretty large difference. The quote here is that there's more U.S. coal-fired capacity retired in 2004 in ERCOT than that of any other resource type, with continued natural gas retirements, and then that the performance of these replacement resources is more variable and weather dependent than the generators they are replacing. So inefficiencies. Next slide, please. And now to some real physical impacts. I'm sure all of you were very interested a few months ago in what happened in the Iberian Peninsula, and some results of this are coming out. So I'm saying here that a primary cause is inertia drop, but I will note that I did a lot of reviewing of like inertia and voltage stability, and I know that they are very different. However, they are very interrelated also. So the Spanish Council of Ministers said that one of the primary causes was a lack of resources for voltage control. So what we're saying here is that some of the units that were responsible for providing voltage control, they weren't programmed accurately. They were sometimes producing reactive power and being paid for it when we didn't want that. That was contributing to the collapse of the system inertia. And sometimes they weren't responding, even though there was enough generation capacity in the country. That simultaneously had the smallest number of synchronous voltage reduction coupled plants in that entire year. And then ultimately we had incorrect generator disconnection, some below the voltage regulation voltage thresholds, some after. It just compounded the whole chain reaction. And so when we talk about like inverter-based resources, power electronic resources, they just simply said, okay, well, we can't do anything, we're offline, and the whole thing cascaded. During this time period, so this is when the system inertia was lower than the NSOE recommended lower bound. Ultimately, voltage control is going to mitigate the impact of disturbances to inertia, and high inertia is going to support voltage stability. So these are all things that we need to be thinking about here. The economic impacts of these power electronic based resources and the physical impacts. Next slide. So this gets us to how should we be signaling the value of these attributes? Because some of the unspoken thing in what I've been saying the past few slides is that, well, we value these attributes. We value some stability in the prices such that we can recover our investment costs, and we value system stability. But some of these attributes are not currently being valued. Historically, the persistently high prices could reliably indicate the need for base capacity, but that's being suppressed now by zero and negative cost units. This may suggest the need to price more attributes of generators to ensure that we have energy and capacity adequacy. So I'm going to be talking here about resource certainty, meaning what is the uncertainty of the unit's availability? Is it more valuable to the system for the unit to have more certainty? And dynamic stability and inertia. So how much of that unit's inertia, whether it be synthetic grid forming or mechanical, should be reserved to support the system. And I'm going to posit that valuation of these attributes, resource certainty and dynamic stability or inertia, will get us closer to balanced compensation for all resources. May not get us all the way there, but we're just talking about little steps. And again, these are just a few out of many proposed attributes. So not a silver bullet, but something that maybe we can be looking at. Next slide. All of this we are doing in a lab-funded project at PNNL called eComp, which at the labs we really like acronyms, so I'm sorry. But what we're doing here is we're testing new market products to support reliability, resiliency, security, and affordability all together in a alphabet soup of acronyms. But it stands for Energy System Co-Design with multiple objectives and power electronics. The idea is that we're creating new capabilities and technologies at the same time to get us from point A, which is energy sources, generators, load, to point B, which is the bulk power system. This application of co-optimization is intended to guide planning and operation decision makers, where we're targeting future systems with high penetration of power electronic-based devices, solving for multiple objectives, and developing new coordinating control to stabilize systems with low inertia. Next slide. And then before I talk about more specifics on what we've been developing, I also want to mention the test bed that we're operating within. This is usually a question I have when we talk about, the details. We get immediately to the details, and I want to know, okay, well, what's the framework? What are we working with here? Like, because if we're all modelers, I want to know, well, how does my apple compare to your orange? This is what we're working in. We're using egret, which we are using it at PNL. It's in Python, and then we are developing a market tool that interacts with egret that we're naming Pi Energy Market right now because it's in Python, and we're very creative with our names. This is our market clearing tool. Egret does individual interval market clearing. So to coordinate these market clearing intervals, we are doing this within Helix, which is a co-simulation toolbox. Sorry. And then the market testbed, or the footprint that we're using, is based on the 240 bus mini-WEC system that we have updated to represent the 2032 WEC anchor data set. So this is a capacity expanded system, and it's also a market model. So we've incorporated into the 240 bus Powerflow system time series and all those components such that we can run it in a market. Next slide. All right, so let's talk about this first attribute. We're aiming to value resource uncertainty and saying that it's going to introduce technology agnostic predictability. So incorporation of the interval uncertainty in the resource availability will allow us to shift the dispatch proportional to uncertainty. Ultimately, what we're doing here is we're saying that each individual resource has uncertainty, even thermal units, although small. So each individual resource has uncertainty in every individual interval. And frankly, the forecasters that are sending information into the operations rooms, they're developing these probabilistic forecasts, and they're on the path to improving them, but often the operators don't know how to use that information. And of course, we have stochastic unit commitment, and I'm going to mention that in a moment here. But if we just take like the most simple component of the probabilistic forecast that goes beyond the mean of the forecast, we can still have like a PDF or even a CDF at each time step. If we incorporate correlation between the generators, then we can sort of like derate the dispatch according to the uncertainty of each generator, assuming that the generators are truthful. But in practice, the hope here is that we'll allow peaker units to see adequate or more adequate LMP compensation according to the system-wide uncertainty as a function of the resource portfolio. Next slide, please. So in practice, what we're doing is at the unit level, we're requiring that each unit with uncertainty that has been derived by the system uncertainty as well is going to be, we're going to be shifting the dispatch proportional to its unit level uncertainty to minimize the system uncertainty. Does translate into an additional reserve requirement, but in difference to your traditional reserve requirements that are balanced in a clearing requirement. This is based on the user specified system risk tolerance, and then we're just kind of like prorating that down at the unit level. And in practice, this is actually similar to the ERCOT dispatchable reliability reserve service. Yeah, so again, in practice, we're just shifting the dispatch at the unit level proportional to the system uncertainty. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I'm talking about here is certainly a grand simplification of uncertainty in dispatch, but I'm trying to get us, there's a big gap between deterministic unit commitment and stochastic unit commitment. And as Russ was saying, there's a lot of inertia, let's say, at the industry level to getting new things incorporated. And so I'm kind of taking the perspective from like industry. I used to work at a utility and saying, okay, well, what additional thing could we incorporate now while we're trying to get stochastic unit commitment improved? You know, there's a lot of great work going on there, but so why are we not solving this with stochastic optimization right now in utilities? So in principle, we can encode any constraints or valuations on our probability distribution of a resource shortfall, and this is going to provide an ideal solution in principle. But in practice, the optimization model is going to be very large and nearly impossible to solve in a reasonable time frame to reasonable accuracy, you know, within 5 to 15 minutes. And then once we get to that solution, you know, we have probabilities coming into the model, and guess what comes out? Probabilities as well. And so once we have, if we have probabilities of LMPs, we still have to make a decision on that distribution. So yeah, just to say that understand that stochastic unit commitment is an active area of research, and this is just kind of trying to nudge from that other end of deterministic unit commitment towards incorporation and valuation of uncertainty. So again, like I have some references here to some past slides from this conference where ISOs, particularly MISO, has been interested in solving the problem of risk and uncertainty in unit commitment. But, you know, it's an active area of research. Next slide. Oh, thank you. All right, so now I'm going to shift to inertia support and just, so I have 5 minutes, and just motivate here for a moment that this is being done currently in competitive markets. So in Ireland, in IRGrid, they are offering a low carbon inertia service. And they're procuring 40% of their inertia requirements from synchronous condensers. And they're doing this because up to 75% of their electricity generation is coming from variable resources. So they're really seeing the need for this. They're calling it their system non-synchronous penetration. Oh, sorry. That 75% is the system non-synchronous penetration limit. That's pretty high, 75%. So right now their requirement is that any unit that participates has to be synchronously connected. So it is really more like an inertia product. And synchronous condensers are providing 40% of that requirement. Next slide. Next door in the UK, they are also procuring inertia support in National Grid. Theirs is a little bit different. They're procuring something called firm frequency response, which means that units that are eligible must be set in like a frequency sensitive mode, and they're allowing grid following units to participate as well. So there's like a time frame over which they must respond. So slightly different ways of addressing the same thing, but it's just to show that it is working in the system. Next slide. What we're suggesting is so inertia reserves that are fairly technology agnostic, because what is really important is that we have inertia being supported on the grid. So we want to be able to compensate all resources for the stability that they're providing to the system, ensuring that this will ensure the capability is reliably procured and compensated efficiently. We're developing 3 different models for the inertia reserve product, one for conventional resources that are already coupled and spinning. So the idea here is that we're going to be paying conventional units for the inertia that they're currently providing for free, hopefully to encourage investment in inertia support. And then for charged resources, so storage, and then inverter-based resources, the renewables, we'll be allowing utility-scale inverter-based technologies to provide synthetic inertia, where, you know, really the renewables here are going to be constrained by their opportunity cost in the energy market. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that we move to the next slide. The table here just describes that all we really care about is the quality of the product. Right, so this is, right now we're developing low frequency inertia support. What I mean by low frequency is that each generator's capability for providing inertia reserve over the full interval of a market interval to low system frequency. So let's say this system frequency is low and we want to bring it up. It's a low frequency inertia support. Up to a lower bound. We have some equations here for thermal, storage, and renewables. But ultimately, what this is saying is that the reserve is proportional to the unit's P max and then an inertial response. So I have, again, some variables such as the inertia H, the inertia time constant for thermal generation. They just have to be able to provide this over the market interval. Where that there's an inertia performance duration. So that's your capital D there. And then, yeah, so this will be bound by the system-wide total inertia reserve requirement with an inertia shortage violation cost. Next slide. So one of the things that we need possibly a little bit of help on or some discussion is how should the inertia constant D be defined? Should it be energy stored in the rotor at like your system frequency minus a lower frequency or the total energy in the rotor? Just some things we're thinking about. And next slide. And then over here, this is just to see that the renewables are likely going to opt to provide less inertia reserve as this will need to be balanced with their energy market bids. So, and next slide. And then finally, I want to—
Sorry to interrupt. You are at time, but we can go a little into the Q&A if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll try to be pretty fast. Okay. And then, yeah, so I want to talk briefly. My abstract mentioned that I was going to talk about metrics. Metrics are really important. So how are we testing this? What metrics are appropriate to demonstrate this desired impact? Next slide. So I'm saying here that we want to talk about the solution quality and versus the impact. So the solution quality is where we talk about the MIP gap, the solution time, the deviation from the basic MIP model. The solution quality can tell us if the formulation improves on our global optimality and solve time, but that's not the metrics we'll be using here. Next slide, please. We will be looking to metrics that describe the solution impact. So the solution impact tells us if additional constraints or variables are going to change the outcome in the desired manner. Next slide. So what this means is, are we meeting unmet demand? Are we accounting for average overgeneration, number of committed generators? Are we looking at those negative LMPs and the LMP dispersion? Are we using our existing fleet to the best of its ability? Are we sending the right price signals to ensure that peaker units are staying in the market and being used as we actually will need them? And are we ensuring investment stability for future entrants that is hopefully technology neutral and is meeting system reliability needs? Next slide. This is my last slide, just some closing questions that are front of mind for me. So how can we value uncertainty in a technology agnostic way while still maintaining system reliability? How can we be sending long-term price signals to support system reliability? And then for inertia specifically, so for grid forming inverters to be able to support inertia, what is the best approach for that? Is it going to be interconnection requirements such as IEEE 2800, or should this be something that's valued as a new ancillary service? Thanks.
Thank you so much. We will start with questions in the room.
I'll wait anytime. I asked too many questions already. So you talked about stochastic modeling a little bit, and I wanted to use that as a lead into the other questions about ancillary services. The observation from a few pieces of work, including EPRI's work with Southern Company on probabilistic solar forecasting, they did a stochastic modeling exercise in addition to that. And it showed some curious results because everyone thinks that stochastic models give you the best. It's the gold standard if you can do it. But it turns out that there's actually some problems with stochastic modeling because they are, in a sense, myopic. The world ends at the end of the horizon or the end of the model that you're solving, and that still applies to stochastic models. On the other hand, if you have a good ancillary service policy, the world doesn't end. You continue holding the reserves all the way to the end of the horizon. And it turns out that the results that you get are actually better because they're better balancing the risks and the caution in the system, which is a curious result. And so it really suggests that good ancillary service policies are the way to go in ensuring that the decisions that we make have the appropriate level of caution and are economically efficient. So going then to the question about how the services, you showed good examples of inertia service and other things also that should be that can be procured through ancillary service products, and it seems to me that that's the right way to go. Are there any limitations that you see on being able to do that? And if so, then what would be the alternative mechanisms?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of limitations to that. But first, I mean, probably the argument against what you said about just play devil's advocate here, that ancillary services are like they do a good job, but it's because they're very conservative. It's kind of like saying, let's set a bound and procure everything within this risk tolerance, which is one way of doing it, certainly. But what you really need to do is think very critically about what it is you're trying to procure, right? So you have to think like, what do we want from the system? What do we want it to be doing? Can ancillary services do this? Yes, I just worry. I don't know that this is correct or wrong, but I do worry that it's a bit like whack-a-mole, because we say, oh, we need a ramping reserve or a ramping ancillary service. We need this ancillary service. I just would really like for particularly industry to be thinking more about what is the thing that we're trying to resolve here more holistically, and hopefully learning from each other there.
Yeah, and I think stochastic models are a very useful way to learn. But once we figured it out, if we can translate that learning into a good ancillary service product, it actually can be a much more effective way and more efficient and more transparent, easier to deal with, good for pricing and everything else. Yeah, I did have something else, but I'll pass it on if anyone else.
There are no questions online, so any other questions in the room?
Thanks, Matthew. Mary Wiersbicki from the FERC Policy Office. As you think about, do we need a new product for inertia? What are some of the trade-offs with setting inertia requirements in interconnection requirements versus having another product that's almost like a faster version of the frequency regulation and the spinning reserves, non-spinning reserves that we already have, that start to feel like we're procuring real power, but in different timeframes. But at some point, there's a lot of overlap. How do you think about those trade-offs? And is there anything in your modeling that you've looked at for those?
There's a lot I want to look at. I don't know, but yes, I mean, you're right that it is. That's why like one of my last questions was like, well, is it going to be a requirement through like the IEEE standards? Probably a little bit of both. But I think there's a lot that points to like, there probably should be some compensation for it to send the signal that we need to have a diversity of resources. It's difficult because like, especially with storage, you can require that it has, it's slightly oversized in certain ways such that its capacitor can be providing in very short time intervals inertia. But we would need, I feel like we need to be compensating it in some way for having, I don't know, it's required. I don't know, but I'd love to talk more. Yeah.
Ignacio Aravena for Lawrence Livermore. So one specific questions you had in your slides, the age that you asked, like what should this age be? So what are you mentioned two suggestions, but they both sound sort of equivalent to me. Like
well, I think it's like the total energy down to a bound or the total energy altogether,
Okay, but yeah. Just a follow on and sort of what you were like talking just right now, what will that be for something that is not synchronously connected to the system that has an IBR in between?
It's similar to its like MBA in like its max power and what it can. It's basically providing power over a very, very short time period. Yeah.
And with that, we are at time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us for this session, and another thank you to our presenters for their wonderful presentations today. We now have a 15-minute break, but we will be joining back together at noon for a panel on AI, which will be next door in the commission meeting room. So please make sure to join us for that. But thank you for attending the session today. If you all can take your seats, we're going to get started now. Welcome to our afternoon presentation. First up, we will have some virtual presenters that we're working on getting online right now. We will have Mitchell Mira and group presenting on effective congestion mitigation with transmission topology optimization at Alliant Energy and ATC, case studies and practical lessons learned. So if we have them all online, I think we're ready for you guys to get started.
Mitch,
Yeah, doing a sound check. Am I coming through all right?
Yes.
Great. And then I'm also sharing a presentation. Is that coming through on your end?
Yes, it is.
Super. And then one more question. Got Pablo Ruiz and Christy Erickson from ATC that are joining me. Just doing a check if they're on and if their audio and video are working. I see Pablo looks like he's just joined, so maybe give us a moment, and Christy should be joining here as well.
Good afternoon. This is Pablo. Mitch, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Pablo.
Good afternoon, Mitch. It's Christy. You hear me?
All right. Yep, coming through loud and clear, and I've got the presentation up, so I'll scan through the slides here. Just let me know we're advancing as we go. Otherwise, Pablo, I think you can jump in and get started.
Perfect. Thank you, Mitch. And FERC staff, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pablo Ruiz. I'm CEO and CTO of NuGrid. NuGrid is a topology optimization company, and the presentation is also with Mitch Meyer and Christy Erickson of Alliant and ATC. It's a pleasure to discuss some of the work on topology optimization that we have been doing together over the last year. The structure of the presentation is as follows. I will provide the high-level background on congestion management and topology optimization. Then Christy will discuss the ATC perspective and experience as a transmission operator, and Mitch will close it off with the Alliant Energy perspective and experience as a transmission customer. So Mitch, next slide. So first, for context, the traditional approach to congestion management relies mostly on the redispatch of generation resources and treats the transmission grid as fixed. That has significant implications both on economics as well as reliability, and has limitations that have been experienced in the latest load shed events, for example. So next slide. So what topology optimization does, it facilitates flexible grid operation. and making the grid itself as part of the toolkit to manage congestion. It does so by quickly identifying and evaluating reliable reconfigurations to reroute flow around congestion. So in a sense, it is like a GPS app or Google Maps for the transmission grid. So going to the next slide. So when we say reconfigurations, we mean one or more of a series of different actions. They could mean opening or closing branches like lines of transformers, or reconfiguring substations to split or merge buses, or change the impacts of contingencies. And next slide. So the topology optimization technology can be applied to support particularly any decision-making process that deals with transmission limitations. Some process will require the technology to be connected to other systems like the EMS. Some others will not. So for the rest of the presentation, we will focus on operations planning use of the technology, where a market participant identifies reconfigurations that are regionally beneficial and presents those opportunities to the RTO, in this case, MISO, which would then evaluate together with the transmission operator. So with that, I'll transfer it over to Christy, who will discuss the process from a TOP perspective.
Thank you, Pablo. My name is Christy Erickson. I'm the Manager of Reliability and Coordination at ATC. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here. I'm getting feedback with everyone else. Try this again. Okay, so I'm Manager of Reliability and Coordination at ATC. I have the Operations Outage Engineering Group and Outage Coordination Group in our System Operations Department. As Pablo had said and Mitch had said, we've been working with Alliant as one of our generator operators and customers in our footprint on this reconfiguration process for in the last couple of years. So a little bit about ATC. We operate in Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We have over 10,000 miles of high voltage transmission and over 580 substations. Our sole focus is on the reliable and efficient operation of the transmission grid. We do not own any generation, which also then goes into bullet 2. We treat all market participants equally. Our customers are our local utilities. Got a couple listed there, and then the generators that operate within our footprint. We are a member of MISO. Next slide, please. So MISO has an economic reconfiguration process. They began in June 2023, and as a member, we follow that process. The process is focused at maximizing market efficiency and minimizing market-wide costs without compromising reliability. So as I indicated in this 5-step process, ATC comes into evaluation at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th step, and I'm going to go through that. Next slide, please. So a little bit about ATC's process. So how the process flows is that someone submits a reconfiguration request to MISO. MISO then reviews it initially, then they ask for ATC's assessment, and I'll get into that later about what our assessment consists of. Next step is then we give MISO the feedback that we approve or deny it, and then MISO does from there some more economic analysis to ensure the overall economic strategy is correct with what this process should be. Then with that, if they move forward and it's deemed to be economically justifiable, then we go to MISO creates an op guide with ATC, and then it's posted on Oasis, the reconfiguration that'll take place. Then from there, when the opportunity comes up or the outage that it's aligned with is about to happen, then ATC implements the reconfiguration, and then ATC restores that reconfiguration after the system status that was driving it is no longer present. Next slide, please. So in the previous slide, I talked about ATC's assessment that we do. The first part, I'm going to start at the expected mitigation not seen. So when we are submitted, a request is submitted, ATC does in their first studies and then ensure that they are also seen with the reconfiguration options that will work that were requested. Some things that could impact that would be, let's say, an outage that may have been submitted or canceled that would render the reconfiguration no longer needed or beneficial. So that's that first step. Then we go to system reliability concerns. We look at the reconfiguration and we make sure that the potential reliability issues or congestion are not being just pushed to a different area of the system, so that we're not creating a reliability issue if they re-implement the reconfiguration. The next step is that we look at customer impacts. So we look at first creating if the reconfiguration creates radial load pockets for our customers who are normally networked. We will assess that. The other one being the generators that are impacted by the reconfiguration. In some of the reconfigurations, it can render a generator radial on the system. And for the next contingency, the generator would trip and they have to be in agreement with that. They are comfortable with that prior to ATC moving forward. Next up is a stability analysis. We look at the resource constraints and the stability analysis and look at, is it an area that there may have stability implications, and look if it would align with what ATC is working towards, and making the customer and working with the customer to ensure that we can implement it in a safe manner. The next overall arching is area complexity. That can mean a lot of things, but some of the examples we have is where we've had a very coordinated outage effort in a concentrated area of our system, where that creates a lot of coordination between real-time and our local distribution companies. And adding this reconfiguration is going to add to the complexity that is seemingly hard to manage in real time for our operators. So that is one thing that we look at. We also look at if there's a known stability constraint and the reconfiguration would put us into that stability constraint, then we will also look at the reconfiguration and make a decision from there. And then the middle one is revisit as conditions change. So when you're looking at these assessments, each time something changes, we need to reevaluate if the reconfiguration still makes sense. And that might be a system dependency that we were used in our study assumptions. It might be a forced outage in real time after the reconfiguration is implemented, or it may be other urgent outages, such as a repair, an urgent repair that needs to take place. So each time that happens, whether it's prior to the reconfiguration or it's during the reconfiguration, we need to reassess if that is still meets all the conditions that we would feel comfortable with. Next step, please. So some of the examples of that ATC has implemented. The first, and usually they're associated with a scheduled outage. The first thing is a real time where we have a reconfiguration that has been approved, and that we will make that reconfiguration in advance of starting a specific outage to make sure that we prevent the real-time congestion. So that is done prior to the outage beginning, right before. The other ones that we've done around scheduled outages is managing a real-time contingency analysis constraint. So what that usually looks like is there's an op guide that has a set of conditions, and that it tells our real-time operators that if they were to see this contingency due to these certain set of conditions, they have the ability to reconfigure in response to the constraints that they're seeing in the RTCA. Next up is the generator test energy. So part of our generation fleet that is in our area where much generation is coming on, there's a lot of folks looking to do testing and complete that to get the generation online. In the MISO process, the test energy is one of the first things to get cut. So one of the things that we've implemented when suitable is that we've created a system where we could reconfigure the system to make sure that the constraint is to eliminate that constraint and support our customers in continuing to get their testing complete. And the last one is for a standing condition. So the first one's for scheduled outages. Those are temporary operating guides with MISO. And then the last one is for a standing condition that we know is predetermined by our system and that we've studied it, and that we've got reconfiguration examples that are options for our operators to use. Some of those might be in, if there's a contingency that happens, there's then conditions the operator knows that they could reconfigure in order to reduce the constraints on the system. Another example of that is where ATC has implemented have a standing op guide for reconfiguration that actually has not come in from a request, but rather ATC, along with MISO and some of our neighboring utilities, have identified where under a certain system bias, they can reconfigure the system if they're seeing constraints in RTCA. And then that will alleviate that constraint, allowing for a greater flow across that system, and then eliminating the issue that possibly would overload the underlying systems for that constraint. Next slide, please. Some of the observations from that we've had over the past couple of years of things to consider if you're looking at these from a transmission perspective. Looking at when you have a request that's associated with an outage, if it's a long duration request, it really requires more extensive analysis. Looking at 5 days of an outage is different than looking at a 3-month rebuild of a line. So some of those things, the complexities are you can imagine during that 3 months, the numerous system configurations, and you have to ensure that the reconfiguration request maintains reliability during that entire duration. Also looking at variability and study assumptions and thinking about, we have a seasonal set of rain needs, and if that crosses through different conditions and seasons, and possibly now with AARs, making sure that those are still maintain reliability across those different seasonal study times. Another thing to realize is that when you've already done maybe outage analysis and got an outage process developed for an existing construction plan, that when a reconfiguration comes back, you need to go and assess to make sure that not only will the reconfiguration work, but that it doesn't do any harm to the studies and outages that have already been approved that were already planned for. Another observation is in looking at these reconfigurations in stability sensitive areas with primarily inverter-based resources. It can increase the reconfiguration process time in order to study those. PSCAD studies that need to be complete in those stability areas can take a much larger amount of time than doing a Powerflow analysis. It also takes the resources of the engineers that are doing the PSCAD studies, and that takes a special expertise that is a much needed resource across our industry. Another thing that in a positive way in stability sensitive areas, we have seen where reconfiguration has mitigated a stability constraint. So for a prior outage, we see that it would make the system in a weak grid area where the generation online might incur a stability issue. And by implementing the reconfiguration, it then essentially the ones that we've done is it cuts it off from that weakened grid area and puts it on the strong source so that you eliminate that stability condition. And then just overall project workload and can pose challenges. As we all know, we are seeing an unprecedented amount of projects with time-sensitive deadlines and those same resources that are needed to do the reconfiguration evaluations, who are also trying to plan around all the construction that is needed. Next slide, please.
To briefly interrupt, just want to let you know you have about 4 minutes left.
I will go through insights gained, real-time, conflicting, unplanned outages. Can I have clarification on that for, is it 20 minutes total for, or you were saying just for me?
20 minutes total.
Okay. Then I will go through the insights gained. We understand that we are actually, I'll go, Mitch, can you go down to slide 13? Or excuse me, the progressing ahead slide, that one. Just looking at ATC, we're continuing to learn, we're continuing to gain efficiencies, understanding how to manage these requests as we've learned over the time. and looking at tools to help manage the requests to identify when they've been implemented to move forward and help support our customers. And then I will pass it over to Mitch.
Thanks. Sorry for that delay, just getting unmuted. So in the interest of time here, I'm going to fast forward a little bit and just focus in on some of the benefits that Alliant Energy has experienced from our involvement in topology optimization. Shown in this slide here is recent events over a 12-month period where our customers have saved approximately $24 million from the implementation of reconfigurations, and that $24 million is broken down from congestion cost savings, additional revenue from energy markets and our generation resources, and additional production tax credits. We'll highlight on here months with the highest savings for us have been in the fall and springtime, driven by impactful generation and transmission outages. And then also want to highlight, in addition to the financial benefits here, also from an operations and reliability perspective, have certainly seen benefits on that front. Christy noted in her remarks on testing of new resources. That's also been helpful for us as we are looking to bring new resources online. In MISO, for a new resource, you're lowest on the totem pole. So if there are any sort of system issues, you're going to get curtailed to zero. And so we've been able to use reconfigurations to get through testing, commissioning, and get resources online so we can maximize the benefit of those new resources for our customers. What I want to end on here is some observations, some recommendations related to reconfiguration processes. Alliant Energy has been involved in this space formally now for about 4 years. And so what you see on the slide here are some ways we think that processes can be improved going forward, as well as just overall best practices. We are seeing throughout the country a number of these reconfiguration processes being stood up. So again, some thoughts and ways here for improvement and just, again, best practices. I'll just highlight a few of these in the interest of time. First at the top there, when we think about the number of the ideas that should be considered, we would like to avoid hard limits and instead just provide flexibility. That to extent more ideas could be considered by an ISO RTO over a period of time to allow that. As Christy noted, we know everyone is busy, but again, want to avoid sort of those hard limits on ideas submitted. Wanting to make sure submissions are of high quality, we certainly hold ourselves to a high bar for submission of our ideas into processes, and so that gets at the time element as well. Wanting to make sure, to the extent time is being spent on idea, it is of a high quality. Streamline reliability, economic analysis. There's opportunities to automate studies, just use technology to help us get better, more efficient. Consider requesting further studies of the solution submitters themselves, so pushing back some of that work on those that are putting in the ideas. Better capture high congestion events and market analysis. We've seen at times when we've put forward an idea, it has gotten rejected for not showing enough benefit in the market analysis. But when we get into real time and operations, we see a different story. So wanting to make sure the tools that we are using to analyze ideas have the appropriate optimization and granularity to capture the benefits that can be provided. A couple more items to hit here: increase transparency. To the extent we're seeing one area sharing information, we would have an expectation that other areas would be able to share similar information. Looking for a consistent approach of implementation. And then finally, working towards including pre-approved reconfiguration and operational congestion management decision-making, including market clearing processes. So just getting better at getting ready, being able to grab these solutions and then incorporate them into the normal market clearing processes that are occurring. Last thing I'll end on here is final thoughts and recommendations going forward. So topology optimization software, from our perspective, it's a proven technology, readily implementable, win-win-win for economic efficiency, reliability, and resilience. What we'd like to see going forward is more focus on finding and evaluating, implementing these type of solutions, further integration of topology optimization within RTO ISO systems. There's an ability here for that further integration and for this to be more of a robust tool in the toolbox for ISOs, RTOs, and finally additional state and federal policy support. So there, I'll stop there and we'll just open it up for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. We will turn it first to questions in the room. Please remember to introduce yourself before asking your question.
Thanks. Mary Wiersbicki from FERC Policy Office. On your last slide, you mentioned one of the future needs is state and federal policy support. Could you talk a little bit more about what that might look like?
Sure, this is Mitch. I can jump in first on that. So we are seeing state and federal policies start to come out related to grid enhancing technologies that take more of an approach of must consider. And so those are good steps, but also we want to see more than consideration. We want to see actual implementation. And so with those policies, just a further push and encouragement, not just to consider, but an expectation for implementation and results. So I'll stop there, and Pablo, Christy, feel free to jump in on that one as well.
Yes, thank you, Mitch. And I think along the same lines, most of the policies that have been published over the last couple of years have been focused on the longer term timeframes. So, generation interconnection, longer term planning. I think the missing piece in the puzzle is the operations timeframe. From let's say from real time to 2 years, or operations planning timeframes. So encouragement of application in that timeframe would be especially useful for the more operations leaning technologies like this.
And I don't have anything further to add.
This is Rebecca, also from the policy office. This question is mostly for ATC. I know you mentioned that certain studies take longer, others are easier, but could you give sort of a thumbnail sketch of how many you're getting in a year, how long they tend to take, and how many are thumbs up and how many are thumbs down?
I can give you just our experience. And I don't have the exact numbers off of head, but we're not getting a ton of them. Working with New Grid and Alliant, they've given us pretty good requests that have come through. I want to say, and Pablo, you might have the numbers off your head, 5 in a year, 6 in a year that have been requested, and we've had a couple that were approved, but the outage actually ended early, so we didn't have to implement them. But they were viable, and then a couple that have been implemented. One for a extended amount of time. We're going through almost over a 9-month period where we have one implemented today to minimize the generation congestion in an area, until we're able to finish a transmission solution to alleviate the congestion. When you say a thumbnail of a study, it is highly dependent on where in the system you're looking at the reconfiguration. In a more in a robust area of the system, it's usually a Powerflow study that can be anywhere, depending on how long of duration, because that's how many concurrent outages you'd have to review also. That will impact the study. I'll give you an example of a month-long study. I mean, it's going to take an engineer quite a bit to look over how many other concurrent outages there are. When you're looking at in our transmission system alone to give viability, I mean, we have over 2,500 planned outages a year. So there's a lot going on during certain times of the year. That's going to be larger than a 3-day outage where you want to eliminate the congestion on a transformer. That's much simpler. Now, if you go into the area of the system that is a weaker part of the grid, and like I talked about stability analysis, stability studies are depending on the iterations and configurations that are possible during that time frame. It can take weeks to do those kind of an analysis just for one reconfiguration request.
We don't have any questions online, so any more questions in the room? Going once, going twice. Oh, yep.
Hey, this is Seth Mayfield, SPP. Question on Alliance, your savings. When you quantified congestion savings, was that is that purely reduced congestion, day ahead market, real time? Is that inclusive of FTR positions? Can you elaborate?
Sorry about that. Struggling to find the right mute button there. So that is inclusive of AR, FTR, other things that we would have to help manage congestion. So it gets at that unhedged congestion portion is what we are trying to mitigate with these type of solutions.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation. We would give you applause, but you won't be able to hear it on Zoom. So we're all clapping for you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, our next presentation is by Zhu from Argonne National Laboratory. And the title of this presentation is Power Purchase Agreements for 24/7 Clean Energy, a comprehensive review of literature and current practices. So come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the topic of my presentation is about the power purchasing agreement to secure 24/7 energy electricity delivery. So we particularly look at the clean energy procurement. And so this is ongoing work. And so this presentation focuses more on the literature review and our and also our plan for the future to fill the gap of the work. And this is a joint work between Argonne National Lab and the Pacific Northwest National Lab. So Dongwei Zhao and myself from Argonne. We also have Daniel Boff. Oh, sorry. Hello. We also have Daniel Boff and Alicia Fernandez from PNL. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the outline of my presentation. First, I will give an overview of why we do this work, what is the motivation, and then I get into the literature review part. So these have two parts. The first part is the market trend and the current practice based on the data that we collected. And then the second part is the PPA structure and the models review from the literature, academia literature. And then after that, based on this review, so we propose some prospective research pathways and the methodologies. The last part concludes the talk. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah.
And into the mic, just say next slide.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so motivation. So the first thing is that the growing number of companies, especially the large load such as the AI data center, hyperscalers seek to secure their electricity needs by buying affordable and reliable power through PPAs. So we see a big increase of the large load like data center. So they have challenge in the connection queue to be connected to the power grid. So they sought to procure electricity from some developer directly through a PPA. So this is one. A phenomenon right now. And also the clean energy PPA shift energy delivery requirement from an annual basis to final time granularities, such as this round the clock supply. So which brings the challenges on system complexity and the financial risk to investors. To be able to achieve this 24/7 energy supply, so we cannot just rely on those very clean but non-dispatchable resources like wind and solar. So we need to consider flexible resources to be in the picture, to play more essential roles to meet this new requirement. And because of this, so we need more cost-effective and reliable solutions to meet this buyer's goals from both the reliability and the sustainability perspectives. Next slide, please. So here starts some literature review. So we start with the market trends and the current practices. So there are some a few of the emerging trends for PPA procurement. The first one is that the shifting strategies. So we see a move from REC to annual matching to 24/7 matching. So become more and more restrictive. So this is driven mostly by large commercial and industrial consumers' requirements. To be able to meet this 24/7 matching, so we need to be able, we need to have take a closer look at how those the demand profile of those customers. For example, here we summarize the peak load shape by different commercial types. So basically, you can see that it can be categorized into 3 groups. The one the dark brown that is from I believe is from retail strip mall. So it has a pretty high peak demand after long, and we also see a pretty stable profile at the bottom of the figure. And most of our other business actually in the middle. So we see a minor peak demand in the middle of the day. Although they are grouped into the same category, but we still see they are a little bit different from each other. Next slide, please. The second trend is the emerging is a large power demand from hyperscaler data center. So firstly, based on the current, so this graph shows the current the statistic from the current energy consumption. So we can see that actually by industrial. So we still see that most of the big chunk, if we consider the amount of purchases, so that is from technology and technology sectors, and for the future trend, so we can see that there is accelerating a large load. So hyperscaler data centers are projected to consume up to this 600 terawatt annually in the US by 2030. So and also we see the increase in procurement for PPA. So to meet the corporate demand and environment goals. So we see a lot of news recently that Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, so sign those PPA to some developers, and also invest some new technology for the future, like the SMR. So this is all under this paradigm. So next slide, please. The third trend is this resource availability for PPA option for large commercial and industrial buyers. So at this moment, we still see a large provider from wind and solar. So they are so wind and solar are pretty different. Sometimes, if we consider the different locations, generation profiles and the cost structures, they make work to each other. And as I just mentioned, because of this 24/7, we have to rely on the flexible resource to some degree. So they're very critical to meet this 24/7 demand matching. So some examples of these flexible resources. Also, if we consider Canadian resource, we can, for example, hydropower, energy storage, demand response, nuclear, and also some conventional thermal units. This figure also shows the breakdown of the PPA purchase breakdown by technology. So at this moment, the wind is still dominant, but with I will discuss later. So the solar is catching up because of the cost reduction. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the large scale hybrid resource procurement in PPA, as I just mentioned. So if we have a more restricted requirement on the 24/7 matching, so we have to consider some sort of a hybrid resource to make sure that we can follow the demand profile. So here we look at this hybrid resource procurement in PPA. The first thing is about this PPA price trend for major generation technology. So so this is a general summary of the major resource like solar, wind, and hydro by 2030. So as I just mentioned, although the wind is dominant right now, but the solar is catching up. So by 2030, so solar would surpass wind in this PPA contract trend. And also the PPA technology mix and the procurement quantity. So we, besides the solar and the wind, we see the battery and the hydropower start to be in the picture, but right now it's still at a very small share. So this table, we summarize the major PPA buy, like the Microsoft, Google, or Walmart, Starbucks. So they have this different the renewable energy that purchased from them are breakdown in this table. So we can see that the still significant part is from wind, and a very small part from the hybrid resource. Okay, next slide, please. So here with this slide, we just want to take hydropower as example to discuss the trend of the hybrid resource to meet this 24/7 hourly match trend. So at this moment, it's still a very small portion, but we can see the increasing trend in the future if we continue this interest of the 24/7. So here shows that the hydro share is pretty small by different company, except this manufacturing facility has 100%. Otherwise, most of them are pretty small. For example, Microsoft only have 5%. Yeah, next slide, please. So up to this point, I have reviewed the current trend and current practice and the future trend by the data that we collected from the industry. And from this point, I just introduced some of the findings from the literature, from the academia literature. So PPA counterparties, the two major parts. One is the project developer interact with consumer directly. The second part is the second type is the project developer not interact with the consumer directly. There is a broker PPA provider. So it can be utility company, it can be energy trading company. So they serve as the PPA provider to enter contracts with consumers. And for the PPA types, there are the physical PPA types. So basically means that the direct purchase of physical electricity, it can be on-site or off-site. The second one is virtual PPA. So they do not involve the physical delivery of electricity. So mostly, for example, the contract of differences, it involves a different price references like the load price, zonal price references. Next slide, please. The PPA pricing. So this is pretty important, and there are many different mechanisms for PPA pricing. It can be very complex. So here we just have two very basic categories. One is a fixed pricing with possible escalation. So for this fixed, first we need to have this conceptually boundary for the PPA prices. For example, the lower bound from the provider's perspective. So it can be the levelized cost of energy. So basically means that if the provider sell below this price, so it will lose money, cannot recover its cost. There's upper bound. This is from buyer's perspective. Basically means that the buyer is willing to pay, so you cannot pay. Do not want to pay more than that. For example, if there is an alternative way to purchase electricity, that means that this PPA price cannot be higher than that one. Otherwise, the customer would choose that another way to purchase electricity, and the price can be between this band. And for the variable pricing, it can also change within this band. Yeah, next slide, please. So the PPA also involves the contract quantities, like so it can be related to capacity or related to energy volume, or the combine between these two. And based on the delivery scheme, you can paid by so as shown in this figure. So you can be paid by paid as produced or consumed, or as supplied, or contract based on the hybrid among them, and the common approach to capture those, that is, we can use some modeling methodology for optimal quantity commitment. Next slide, please. So additionally, so for hybrid resource procurement and pricing in PPA, here are some. So first thing is that the hybrid resource they can compete or complement to each other, depends on your perspective and the way you structure the PPA. For example, it can be competition between the resources to get into the one contract. It can be complementary to each other. For example, for a specific resource that into the same contract, we need to consider its how they work together from spatial and temporal perspectives. And there are some gaps based on current research. The first thing is that, for example, as we just reviewed the current practice, the major resource for this clean energy PPA is still from solar and wind. And we need to consider other resources. For example, for hydro, right now we have pretty limited understanding of the operational flexibility, water availability, and location limitation, and the regulation restricts of the different types of hydropower for this 24/7 PPA design. So hydropower is not new. There's a lot of model tools for the dispatch, but that is not under this context. Another one is the storage and the demand response. So we also need to consider how we incorporate the modeling of the duration of the and other characteristic of different storage technologies. One more thing is this demand response. We have not seen any demand any contract method that explicitly consider demand response into PPA design. Another important one is this virtual PPA pricing and risk. So the gap right now is the capturing of the unique features such as the transmission limits for physical PPA and the basis risk for virtual PPA. So we see that from literature, it lacks of the quantitative modeling and analysis on variable PPA pricing structure and the potential differentiated PPA products, considering the different types of loads or from both supply and demand side. Next slide, please. In terms of the risk, risk is the major part of the PPA. The reason that we have PPA is because we want to hedge risk. So here we explicitly review a few types of the risk and the way to mitigate those risks. So for the risk type, so the first type is a pricing risk. For example, there are many ways that can trigger a pricing risk. It can be from the mispricing due to this long-term contract, so we cannot accurately estimate the cost and then price based on that cost. The second one is the basis risk due to settlement points, because the reference price point can be different. It can be loader, can be zonal or hub. There is another major risk is from the delivery risk. So because of this variable and uncertain outputs of renewable energy and the load, there is another delivery risk is the limitation of the market and the grid assessment. So this means that even with the PPA, we still need to secure the delivery of the electricity. So there are a few ways to mitigate the risk. The first part is, of course, is diversifying the resource procurement strategies. For example, we consider different types of resources and some characteristic of those resources, like the location, resource types, generation profiles. So to leverage the way that they can complement to each other. We can also use financial tools. For example, for this PPA, we can consider different way to to design the contract to hedge risk. And we can also consider some advanced modeling tools explicitly represent the risk in the decision formulation. For example, we can consider risk-averse optimization, a robust optimization for resource procurement, and scheduling on uncertainty. Next slide, please. So here we summarize the PPA design key factors and options. So we group them into 5 groups from the PPA structure, supply side, load side, demand side, and the way to supply to match supply and demand, and also risk. So for example, for the PPA structure, we further consider different attributes like PPA type, pricing structure, delivery scheme. So we already covered that. So another important one is this risk. So we consider different risk preference, pricing risk, delivery risk. For example, in our PPA design, we can explicitly consider risk neutral or consider risk averse. Next slide, please. Here is the framework that we propose to integrate this 24/7 PPA design to consider different attributes that we just summarized in that table. So it has 3 major blocks. The first one is the data input. So we consider the 3 major parts. One is how to model the supply resources. For example, for those hydropower, nuclear, things like that, how we represent its operations, its cost structures, and also the spatial temporal complementary among different resources. The second group is the modeling of load profile. As I just mentioned, different resources have probably will have a very different load profile and different reliability requirements. So we can also take those into the consideration. The second part is the major part, modeling part of the PPA design. So we particularly focus on the hybrid resource procurement and operation optimization. So this is a 2-stage representation. So it includes the long-term resource, how to determine the amount of resource, what type of resource getting tracked. The second is the short-term operational optimization, how we can ensure that this mix of resource can meet the 24/7 hourly match in operation. The second part is how to price this PPA.
Sorry to interrupt quickly. We are at time, so I just wanted to let you know, and you can wrap it up.
One more slide. Yeah, the second part is how to price this PPA based on that resource and the way to operate those resource. As I just mentioned, we can determine the upper bound based on the alternative source of purchasing. The lower bound can be the levelized cost of this contract. And then we incorporate the risk element into this contract, how to manage the risk, explicitly represent the risk either from pricing or from delivery. The last part is the economic and risk assessment, how this contract compared with other alternative solution, and from a different perspective, provider's perspective or buyer's perspective, and how efficient this contract for buyers or providers. Next slide, please. Yeah, maybe skip to this one to the next one. Okay, so let's get to the conclusion. The first part is about the challenges on 24/7 energy procurement through PPA. So we need high fidelity models of both hybrid resource and low demand. I just mentioned, so we need to consider both the long-term element of the resource and the demand, like the cost structure, generation profile, things like that, and also the short-term, like how to operate them to make sure that there is a potential of 24/7 hourly match. So this can be a joint optimization into one optimization formulation. And we need economically efficient PPA pricing to reflect this 24/7 matching cost and participation incentives. Of course, the most important one is the risk assessment and mitigation, considering price uncertainty, resource availability, and delivery reliability. In terms of the needs, so as we just summarized, so there is a lack of integrated optimization framework that encompasses detailed resources and demand modeling, multi-stage procurement and scheduling. So basically, we want to have some tools, unified tools that can help us for this kind of PPA design to meet the not only the cost expectation, but also the 24/7 hourly match from both reliability and economic perspective. Yeah, that is all I have. I'm happy to take questions.
We will start with questions in the room again, and anyone online, please feel to enter those in the Q&A.
Hi, I'm Paige Bradford. I'm from the policy office here at FERC. My question is about, I know there's literature about carbon matching as a way to effectively lower emissions. And I was wondering if you came across any PPAs that looked at carbon matching instead of 24/7 matching.
Yeah, that's a very good question. 24/7 here, we explicitly means that the energy matching. But for carbon matching, so I know that there is a Canadian energy certificate, this kind of mechanism to match carbon. But here we do not consider that. I do not know the answer for that. Sorry.
All right, if there are no other questions, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, and last up today we have Mostafa Arakandi, who will be presenting on market-based incentives for adoption of grid-enhancing technologies. Welcome.
All right, so this is a summary of some of the work that I've done with some of my former students, Yare Song, who is at UMass, Xingyang Rui, and Omid Mirzapur, on market-based incentives for adoption of grid-enhancing technologies. Next slide, please. So we all know that there is a push for decarbonization, and because of the location that the good quality resources are located, we need to increase our transmission capacity. So we need major upgrades, anywhere between 200 to 300% capacity increase is what is estimated by ESIG and NREL and some other organizations. So this is a very difficult task to do. Next slide.
Can you lean into the mic a little bit more? Thank you.
So even without decarbonization, congestion already in the transmission system is a problem. On the right-hand side, you see congestion costs across 6 major US RTOs, and then a summation of all of them in the box. And you can see that from 2016 all the way to 2022, that cost has gone up from $1.2 billion to over $12 billion. And this is not inclusive of the entire country. So congestion is a problem. This means increased operational costs as well as reliability problems, and we have to address this. Next slide. So transmission upgrade, we can do essentially in 2 ways. One is obviously building more transmission lines. This is expensive. Cost of building new transmission lines is anywhere between hundreds of millions of dollars to billions of dollars. Takes a very long time, around 10 years is the industry average in the US. And the alternative is adoption of grid-enhancing technologies, which is essentially maximizing the transfer capability over the existing system. It's much cheaper and you can adopt it much faster. Obviously, GETS is not going to be replacing new transmission lines. You might have to build transmission lines anyway, but even then, it's better to more efficiently use the existing system and then build transmission lines whenever we need them. Next slide. So this is a very simple example of how impedance control can help one category of grid enhancing technology. So it's a simple 2-bus system. The top line has a capacity limit of 100 megawatts. The line on the bottom, 150. We're assuming that they both have the same impedance, a cheap generator on bus 1, an expensive generator on bus 2. But because of this limit on the first line and the fact that the impedance of the 2 lines are the same, you have an artificial cap on the second line also, so you can get only 200 megawatts from your cheap generator. And then you have to use the expensive generator on bus 2 for the rest of the load, which is 50 megawatts. Next slide, please. Now, if we have the capacity to control these impedances, for instance, increasing the impedance on the top line and reducing it on the bottom line, then you may be able to add some transfer capacity to this system and get, for example, 240 megawatts from the cheap generator, and then reduce the dispatch of the expensive generator by 40 megawatts, essentially reduce your cost. So simply, the example shows how impedance control is going to be able to change transfer capability over the existing system without the need to build new lines. Next slide. So this table kind of summarizes different grid enhancing technologies that we have across technology mode of operation, whether it depends on hardware upgrade and the cost. So we have topology control or transmission switching on the top. It provides some level of power flow control by modifying the network topology. There is no need for hardware upgrade, relies on existing circuit breakers. You heard about this technology first presentation of this session, so I'm not going to talk about that a lot. So it's very cheap because you don't need any hardware upgrade. Second category, flexible transmission AC transmission systems will provide you with power flow control capability. You do need to install these devices on your system, and they can be expensive, anywhere from tens of millions of dollars to hundreds, depending on the size of the system, voltage level, and stuff like that, but still much cheaper than building new transmission lines. And then last line is dynamic line rating that will adjust the capacity of the lines based on different environmental variables, and this also is cheap. From hardware point of view, you might need to install some new sensors on your system. So that's all the upgrades that you need. Overall, they're all much cheaper compared to building new transmission lines. They can be installed fast in a matter of few months. And of course, this is a system-specific number, but you can enhance the transfer capability by up to 50%. So significant. Next slide. So I've told you about how great grid enhancing technologies are, but then their adoption has been very slow. So a natural question is why? And technology is mature, so there is no question about that. The industry has accepted many of these technologies that they can help and work. There are two main barriers that remain. The first one is integration within the energy management system. Needs some more work. So some of these things can be integrated within existing energy management systems easily. Some of them require more work. And that's a separate barrier that I'm not talking about today. But then the second barrier is lack of proper incentive. And that is the focus of this talk today. So next slide. So why is it that we do not have incentives for adoption of grid enhancing technologies? So if you are a transmission owner and then you have problems with congestion, you can go ahead and install some grid enhancing technologies in your system and improve the situation. Or you can do nothing and see more congestion in your network, and at some point, when the congestion is just too much, go ahead and justify that you need to build more transmission lines. And that pays more than installing grid enhancing technologies. So doing nothing is probably more profitable for a transmission owner. Next slide. So to explain this in a little bit more detail, but not too much detail, we can acknowledge that transmission grid, that the transmission system is still regulated as a national monopoly. And the way that works is that the owners of transmission receive a regulated rate of return. So a very simplified example is that if you are a transmission owner and you install a project with a total cost of TC, then you receive a regulated rate of return on top of your investment. So you receive 1 plus ROR times TC. And in that equation, the only thing that you have control over is TC, right? So the regulated rate of return is regulated. You have no control over it. So your only way of making more money is increasing your total cost. So grid enhancing technology, cheap. Building a new transmission line, more expensive. So you would opt for the more expensive project. So if you can build something that is costing you $1 billion, you do that instead of just investing $10 million if both of them solve your problem. Next slide. So how can we fix this? One way of fixing this problem is more regulation. So FERC has issued a lot of orders where they say that grid enhancing technologies have to be included in some process and transmission upgrades and stuff like that. Problem with regulation and mandating, studying grid enhancing technologies and comparing it with other alternatives is not efficient. The approvals take a long time, and eventually the risk will go to ratepayers. But if we can fix this problem by the means of market mechanisms, then we are able to deregulate this whole GETS market and then transfer the risks to the investors and potentially allow the investors to make more money. And that way incentivize essentially adoption of more GETS and then improve the efficiency of the transmission system. And while transmission itself is a national monopoly, grid enhancing technologies are not. So markets should be able to handle this. Next slide. So we have studied two basic designs, both depending on market forces. The first one is to calculate an efficient price signal for grid enhancing technologies. So this is relatively simple and straightforward, and it's revenue adequate for linear GETS models. The second design is based on allocation of financial transmission rights. It's a little bit more complicated, still revenue adequate, under certain conditions, and it is aligned with some of already established practices like what PJM has in their marginal auction revenue right or incremental auction revenue right allocations. The three design principles of the market is that it has to be revenue adequate, align the incentives with system benefits. So if you're making money, then the system cost must go down. Proving it the other way around is more difficult, so that is not something that we're trying to do. And then market power considerations also need to be taken into account. Next slide. So moving to the first approach of trying to calculate a price signal, this is a simple DCOPF that most of you have seen before. You are minimizing the total cost of generation subject to a number of constraints, and then each constraint will have a dual variable associated to it, and in a way that gives you the price signal for that particular constraint, right? So if we are able to then model grid enhancing technologies within this framework, then we have a dual variable associated to it, which can be used as the price signal. So relatively simple as long as you can model it in this framework, which means that you have to have linear models. Next slide, please. So again, this is straightforward for those grid enhancing technologies that we can model linearly or have a convex model for them. So examples of those include phase shifters, SSC, fax device, unified power flow controllers. Those are really simple to model. Some of the other grid enhancing technologies like the thyristor controlled series compensators have this non-convex model, but with some modeling techniques, you can effectively model them in the same framework and still calculate a price signal. Next slide, please. So here we have an example of how this market mechanism works and how it compares to regulated rate of return type of payments. We have simulated a 300 bus system. We have derated some of the lines to create congestion in the system, assuming a rate of return of 10% and an interest rate of 6%. And we have a number of grid enhancing technologies on the system. The red bars are the annual market revenue that you get if you have this price signal for grid enhancing technologies. Blue bars are what you would get from a regulated rate of return. And you can see that, I mean, all of these are efficient allocations. So we have placed them in places that they can actually benefit the system. And you can see that market-based revenues are substantially larger for most of these grid enhancing technologies compared to a regulated rate of return payment, essentially saying that there will be more money to be made if you implement this kind of design, and then hopefully that will create more incentive for adoption of more grid enhancing technologies. And if you place your grid enhancing technology in a location that doesn't work, then of course your market payment is very small or zero, putting all of the risk on the investor, not the ratepayers. Next slide, please. On the question of revenue adequacy for this market design that I just went over, the payment, of course, all of it comes from load payment. In a standard market design, we have that load payment will be equal to the generation revenue plus congestion rent. And when you add this grid enhancing technology modeling in your market design, then your congestion rent becomes essentially you're going to add a term to your congestion rent, which is the payment for these grid enhancing technologies. So that congestion rent becomes a little bit bigger, and part of that will go now to pay your grid enhancing technologies. You will still have the money that you need to fund FDR markets and other things in place. So there won't be an issue with FDR revenue adequacy with this design either. Next slide, please. So the second design is based on allocation of financial transmission rights. I assume that most of you in this room are familiar with FTRs. Essentially, if you hold a financial transmission right between two nodes of the system, what you will get paid is the price difference between the source and the sink times the quantity of the FDR that you have based on day-ahead prices. And this is done traditionally given to load-serving entities to hedge against price differences across the network. Next slide, please. So here we want to use the same concept of financial transmission rights to pay grid enhancing technologies and incentivize adoption of these technologies. So FTR revenue adequacy requires that FTRs pass a simultaneous feasibility test, which is put all the FTRs in the network as injections and withdrawals. And as long as you are not violating any of the limits of the system, then you're guaranteed to have revenue adequacy in the FTR market. In a convex market, you have cost minimization as equivalent objective to congestion rent maximization. And essentially, as long as you have simultaneous feasibility test, then with the market prices, you cannot have a power flow that can yield the largest congestion rent. And this proves that congestion rent will always be greater than or equal to the revenue that you need for funding your FTR market. Next slide. Now, can we assign FTR to grid enhancing technology owners? We know that GETs increase the transfer capability, and if they increase the transfer capability, then we can use that added transfer capability to then assign additional FTRs. And those FTRs can then go to the owners of those grid enhancing technologies. So that is the idea behind this design. And again, we have to make sure that this is revenue adequate. And we also have to have a mechanism for allocation of these FTRs that are now enabled to owners of these GETs. Next slide. So here is another 2-bus example. So we have same setup as the first 2-bus example that we had. Same capacity limits. The cheap generator on bus 1 has a marginal cost of $30 per megawatt hour. The expensive generator, $80. And in this case, you can see that P1 should be equal to 200 megawatts. That's the limit that we have on the system. P250, total cost in this case will be $10,000 per hour. Congestion rent, $10,000 per hour, because the LMP on bus 2 will be 80, and that's what the load will pay. Load payment minus generation cost will be the congestion rent. Next slide. So now we're assuming that we have some form of a grid enhancing technology that will have the, that is modeled as this injection pair, and assuming that this is a 2% added capacity to our system, you can see that in terms of your total cost, you can save $1,000 per hour, but then the congestion rent is increased by $1,000 per hour, essentially allowing that much capacity to be added, that much more FTR to be assigned, and that is something that you can use to create additional FTRs for this grid enhancing technology that enabled this extra capacity. Next slide, please. So assuming that we're adding 20 megawatts of transfer capacity, you can assign that to the grid enhancing technology that enabled it. And now the value of this FTR is LMP difference times this quantity 20. LMP difference in this case is, I think, $50 per megawatt, and times 20 will be $1,000 per hour revenue that you can get by enabling the extra transfer capability. Next slide. So, of course, in 2-bus system, everything is so easy and simple. Once you go to larger systems and multiple grid enhancing technologies, an actual question is, how do you allocate the enabled added transfer capacity? How do you allocate that as FTRs to owners of grid enhancing technologies? That can be a difficult question to answer, but then the simplest way to fix that problem is just to allow the owners of these devices to pick whatever FTRs they want. If they have access to the data, they should be able to identify that well, and then assign that sequentially. So if I go and install the first GETs, then I get to pick whatever I am enabling on top of what exists in the system. Then the next person should consider what I own and what FTRs were allocated before me, and so on and so forth. So this way, you can only get new FTRs that you are enabling, and there is no way that you can free ride on the system. The mathematics of it can be a little more complicated. I have papers that you can read if you want to understand the details of implementation, but essentially seems like it's a straightforward implementation of FTR auctions. Next slide. So to conclude, we know that grid enhancing technologies can substantially enhance the transfer capability over the existing system. For now, with the exception of PJM and some scattered market-based incentives here and there, grid enhancing technologies are regulated for the most part as a part of the monopoly transmission system. So this disincentivizes adoption of GETs versus building new transmission lines. But what I argued in a series of papers is that compensation of grid enhancing technologies can be handled by market mechanisms, two designs were presented, one based on a marginal value pricing, and the second one based on assignment of financial transmission rights. Revenue adequacy holds for both of the designs as long as you have convexity within your GETS modeling in the market environment. And from our simulations, it seems like the market-based compensation offers more appropriate incentives in the sense that they can be larger if you're benefiting the system compared to the regulated rate of return. It will put the risk on the investors and eliminates the need for extensive approval processes that we have today. Next slide is the references that have the details and the mathematical formulation of everything that I discussed. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. We will turn to any questions in the room.
Hi, Derek Wax, OCNC. Thank you for this presentation. This was really interesting. I think there was one slide when you were showing the chart of the comparisons between the marginal value pricing and the FTRs, and there was one of those examples that I think was a phase shifter that was kind of crazy off the charts compared to the others. Can you explain what happened there?
That was in a location that was very beneficial to the system, right? So like the location really matters. Sometimes like a little manipulation in some place can reduce your cost significantly, and that's what's happening in that example, right? And same thing happens with other technologies like transmission switching. In some cases, you can open one line and then reduce your congestion by a lot. So that phase shifter happened to be in a place that did that.
Tom Dautel, the policy officer at FERC. I'll say one of the things we have to think about as the commission is how to regulate both the centralized markets and the bilateral markets. Is there any kind of analogous construct to these kinds of mechanisms that you think might work in a bilateral framework?
Bilateral framework of like the grid enhancing technology going into a contract with another market player?
I imagine it could take a lot of different forms. Maybe, I mean, one thing that occurred to me is just the additional ATC you get as a transmission provider who installs something. You get to sell that in a way that's different, and you get more direct revenues from than you do for your other regulated ATCs or something. I don't know. It's just, or I don't know, just something to keep in mind is often we're a little reticent to come out with a policy design that will work in one market construct, but not the other. Because we like to treat everyone fairly. So thinking about how to apply this in both contexts would be interesting.
Great comments. We haven't thought about that. So that's a great next step. Thanks.
Got skipped. Yeah, great presentation, Professor. We had been working on some of the DOE funding for the GRIP to implement one of your GET, which is active power control in Texas and ComEd, PJM system. The real challenge we had, we got the funding, but eventually we withdraw in my last company. It's a long story, but during the process, what we found there's a fundamental conflict is this, especially for the advanced power flow control, which is actually a serious compensation, right? Controllable serious compensation. The issue is the owner of this device has to be transmission owner, so it has to, in a way, go to their rate base. But the problem they are solving has no incentive or no business to them. And on top of that is, if you want to put any market incentive into that, you essentially drag them into the market clearing, right? For example, your idea of let's calculate opportunity cost and let's use that to price them. You have to set, whatever impedance I'm going to play in the next hour. as part of your topology input. So it's like you have to clear that first, or you clear a bunch of storage may, mitigate your congestion first. So who comes first is really important. So I just want to hear your thoughts, like how you address this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So practical implementation will have a lot of practical challenges, like what you were just mentioning, communication, who owns what, and then like, am I going to allow anyone else to install something on my lines, stuff like that. So ideally, like from just a pure economical perspective, you would want these things to be separated and like allow any third party to access the transmission system, install gets, and then like be able to make money from it. I'm sure that there are challenges, so it's not just as simple as what I'm trying to achieve. But ideally, this line of work is heading towards that direction.
One more kind of a comments about our experience. So eventually, how we got AEP and ComEd's endorsement, and eventually work with them and successfully got the grid funding is really package this as a reliability issue.
Mm-hmm.
So you just say this is probably a cheaper, better way to address your stability issue, which no other way is better. So in that way, they sort of happy to that. They know, okay, there's a big appendix showing the market benefits, congestion run reduction, but what trigger people want to do this is really the reliability.
Interesting. So I had a similar experience years ago when I was a postdoc at ASU with an ARPA project on topology optimization. So we completely moved away from economic savings towards reliability improvements. Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question if you want to go back.
Drew McGillivray, Southwest Power Pool. So we have similar ILTCRs or incremental congestion rights. They're not well utilized in our market. And I think some of that's because when you install additional capacity, you essentially kind of pull that congestion away. And so the value that you would potentially receive is potentially lost because of your upgrade. And so there's some potential challenges with that. I'd be curious to get your take on. And then also when you model out the FTR markets, you're essentially creating a snap point or like a snapshot in time that you run that simultaneous feasibility test on. And so some other challenges that I think that you could see is that if this is some technology that is sometimes on, sometimes off, or moving, essentially back and forth in the day-ahead market, you're going to create differences between the models or the total capacity that you sell and bind at in the SFT, in the day-ahead market, and in the TCR. And so there's also potentially some things to think about related to that, to the potential for underfunding that could be created by just introducing differences in the models over time. Have you all thought about that?
Great question. So on the first question, so the assumption is that whoever is investing on the technology has done their study and they're putting just enough that they're making money, but not removing congestion, all of it, right? Like in that case, they're going to receive nothing. And then on the second part, which was, yeah, so our assumption here is that the control of these devices are all done by the system operator. So you just go and put your device there, and then the system operator gets to use it. And maintaining the convexity, then we're assuming that it's always available. So they will have to model this within the simultaneous feasibility test with the network topology that they have, and then the convex adjustments to whatever parameter of the system that you're adjusting. Then you can have revenue adequacy. Always, yeah.
Sorry, that's not unique to your situation at all. I think that's unique, or that's applicable to anything that changes system topology. Some of the other ones that we've seen, the challenge, I think, from a market operator's perspective is, balancing that least cost optimization for each market while also maintaining some sort of predictability of the positions that people have taken, be it FTR or day ahead. If you start to introduce uncertainty, you start to degrade the product that we've sold in those prior markets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you all for joining us for this session, for your questions, and thank you again to our presenters. We now have a 15-minute break and we will reconvene at 4 p.m.
Looks like it. So, all right, let's get started on the last session. I'm Dan, and also in the policy office. And the first topic, or sorry, the first presentation in this session, Modeling Extreme Heat Wave and Wildfire Impacts on Power Reliability by Juliet Franzman. I'll bring it.
Okay, so hi, my name is Juliet Franzman. I'm a data scientist at the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and I'm going to be presenting on our work on modeling extreme heat wave and wildfire impacts on power reliability. This work was done in collaboration with several team members at the Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Next slide, please. So the goal of this project is to understand the power grid reliability impacts of concurrent extreme heat waves and wildfires in the Western United States. And so both of these events can have negative impacts on the power grid. So together they will likely have a larger reliability risk. And heat waves can impact the power grid by increasing the electrical loads as the demand for cooling increases. And wildfires can directly disrupt power system components or cause operators to disable them as a safety precaution. And traditionally, grid planning studies are done using historical data. But for our study, we would like to study extreme events, which tend to have lower probabilities of occurring. And so for our study, we're going to be looking at decadal projection datasets, which can cover a variety of different scenarios. This work was done as part of the North American Energy Resilience Model, also known as NARM. And NARM is a tool that can simulate the impacts of various threats to critical infrastructure systems. And it's a collaboration of 8 different national labs, and it's sponsored by the Department of Energy's Office of Electricity. So for the first part of this study, we're going to look into how we identified heat waves in our climate projection datasets. Next slide, please. So the first step in identifying heat waves is to look at historical temperature data, and we use data from the ERA5. And we define a set of criteria for our heat wave events, and we apply them to our data set using a tool called Tempest Extremes. And Tempest Extremes is a very useful tool for analyzing large gridded data sets, since it allows you to efficiently parallelize the queries over both the spatial and temporal resolutions. And so the criteria that we use for our heat waves are that the daily maximum temperature is greater than the historical mean plus 2.5 standard deviations, that the geographic area covers at least 400,000 kilometers squared, which is about 13% of the US WEC, and that the duration lasts at least 3 days. And so once we've defined that heat wave criteria, we validate it by comparing the heat wave events that we identified in our historical ERA5 data against actual records of historical heat events. So for example, in the Pacific Northwest in 2021, there was a very large heat wave that caused blackouts in that region. And so we identified that event by applying our criteria to the ERA5 dataset, and you can see those plots on the bottom right showing that region. So the yellow region are all the grid cells that fit our heat wave criteria, and this approximately covers the region that was impacted during that event. And so once we validated our criteria, we apply it to our decadal projection data set from CMIP6, and we're using the model called high-res MIP, and we selected the specific version that had the best spatial resolution currently available. So that is 3 hourly for the temporal resolution and then 25 kilometers for the spatial resolution. We then collected all the heatwave events that we were able to identify in the decadal projection dataset in a heatwave event library. And for our study, we're only going to be analyzing one specific event, but there are likely applications where looking at the full distribution of events could help better understand extreme heat adaptation. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, please. Okay, so on this slide, we're looking at the distribution of attributes of all the heat events that we identified in the high-res MIP data. So on the top row, we're showing the maximum and average temperatures of all the heat events. And then on the bottom row, on the left side, we're showing the duration of the events in days. And then on the right side, we're showing the area covered in kilometers squared. And each entry in these histograms is a single heat event. So the red line on the plots indicates where the event that we're going to be studying falls amongst the distribution. And so you can see that it's not the most extreme among all the possibilities. And we do this because we wanted to study an average extreme event, so we didn't want to select the most extreme possibility. But we also wanted an event that had both high spatial coverage as well as high average temperature that falls within the decade of fire data that we have, and we'll talk about that data in a bit more later. Next slide, please. So looking into the event that we specifically selected in a bit more detail, the maximum temperature was 122 degrees Fahrenheit. The average temperature was 102 degrees Fahrenheit. The duration lasted 5 days, and the average area covered was about 1.5 million kilometers squared, or about 50% of the US WEC. And the plots on this slide here show the spatial coverage over the 5 days of the event, and the color map is going to show the temperature distribution across each of those days. And this event is interesting from a power system perspective because, one, it covers a few highly populated areas, such as California, meaning that there's going to be higher loads in those areas. And it also has very large spatial coverage. And in an interconnected power grid like WEC, when one region is experiencing higher loads, usually it can borrow generation from surrounding areas. But when a large part of the grid is all experiencing higher loads at the same time, there's less spare generation that can go around, which can have reliability impacts. Next slide, please. Okay, so now that we've calculated or identified how to find heat waves in our projection data sets, the next step is to actually estimate the load during those potential heat events. Next slide, please. So in order to do this, we train a load forecasting model on historical temperature data from the ERA5, historical load data, which we get from the EIA, and this is going to be on the balancing authority level. And then once we have our model, we're going to feed in the data from the temperature data from high-res MIP, which is going to correspond to our heat wave projections. And so this load forecasting model is built on the assumption that there's a correlation between historical load and historical ambient temperature. And looking at the model equation here, you can see that the outputs are hourly seasonal load and the inputs are seasonal cooling and heating degree hours. And seasonal cooling and heating degree hours are the number of degrees either above or below 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And this can represent the amount of cooling or heating that is necessary. And so we show the relationship between temperature and load for a few of those BAs here in these plots. So on the x-axis, we're showing temperature, and on the y-axis, we're showing load. And the color map indicates the months. So the cooler toned dots are going to be your winter months, and the warmer toned dots are going to be the summer months. And something interesting that we observed is that BAs within a region will share similar trends. So for example, in the Northwest, there's a strong correlation between temperature and load during both the winter and summer months, whereas in the California and Southwest BAs, the correlation is going to be a lot stronger in the summer. And so we tested our load model on a test data set and found that the mean absolute percent error, or the MAPE, for the 28 BAs ranged from about 4% to 26%, with an average of 9%. And all but 8 of the BA MAPEs were less than 10%, so that's pretty good performance overall. And there's a few reasons why some of the BAs might have underperformed. Some of the BAs are very small, meaning that the resolution of climate data that we had wasn't fine enough to really pick up any significant relationships. And the other issue is that the load data that we got from the EIA can vary a lot by the balancing authority. So certain BAs required a lot more cleaning and imputing of missing values, which can significantly impact the model performance. Next slide, please. So in order to understand how our increased load calculation can impact Powerflow, we need an actual Powerflow model to apply the new load to. So the raw load projections based off of the EIA historical load data need to be translated into loads represented in our power system model. And so for each balancing authority, we calculated a load ratio to use for scaling the loads prior to entering them into the WEC Powerflow model. So the scaling ratio that we use is the model base case load divided by the EIA historical peak load. And on the top right, we show the distribution of those load ratios. And so you can see that in some cases, the WEC model load is going to be higher than the EIA historical peak, and then you have the reverse situation as well. Then the plot on the bottom shows the impact of scaling. So in blue, we show the raw low projections, and then in orange, we're showing the scaled load projections. Next slide, please. So we identified potential heat events and have the methodology for calculating the loads during those events. So the next step is to estimate the wildfire impacts on the power grid. Next slide, please. So in order to do this, we're going to be using best response intersection, or BRI, which is a high impact N-K contingency identification algorithm. And BRI works by identifying the critical nodes. So these are things like generators, buses, or branches in the power network that, if disrupted, would lead to a very large loss of load. So the optimization objective is to maximize the load loss. And this objective is subject to several constraints, such as the set of power system components that can be outaged. In our case, this is going to be all the components that are under wildfire risk. Then you have the budget, so that's the total number of components that can be disrupted, in our case, by a wildfire. And then you also have the physical constraints of the DC power flow model. So this would be things like the flow limits on lines or transformers and the generator power output limits. We have a small example of such a problem here. So we have a small system of buses, branches, and generators with a budget of k equals 2. So we want to find the two components that would maximize load loss. And in this example, it's going to be the two branches that connect the largest load. So those branches are shown in red in this example. With a small problem like this, it's pretty easy to figure out the answer. But if you're working with a model as large and complicated as WEC, the answer is a lot less straightforward, which is why you would need to use something like BRI. Next slide, please. So in order to apply BRI to wildfires, we have to identify the set of components that are actually under wildfire risk. So to do this, we're going to be using the Fire Weather Index from Climate RR, and we're looking at the mid-century projections. So we show plots of what this looks like here. So on the left side, we're showing the region for extreme risk, which is defined as being a fire weather index greater than 39. And then next to that, we show the region for very extreme risk, which is defined as a fire weather index greater than 53. And that's going to be the most severe category. For our study, we're going to be using the extreme risk region, which ends up covering about 10,000 components within WEC. And then we apply BRI for k equals 5 for branches specifically, and we found the 5 branches that would lead to the largest loss of load if damaged in a wildfire. Next slide, please. So the final step is to combine the results of our heat wave analysis and our wildfire analysis using the North American Energy Resilience Model. So we have the increased load profiles that we calculated from our heat wave event, and we have our worst case wildfire contingency sets. So we'll be combining both of those in a steady state time step AC Powerflow model, and then we will be analyzing the reliability impacts of that. Next slide, please. So here we're showing the results of the AC steady state Powerflow model when applying increased load from the heat event and wildfire outages to the base system model. So this leads to approximately 1.8 gigawatts or 1% loss of load for WEC with those k equals 5 branch outages. And considering that 5 branches is only about 0.01% of the components in WEC, this is a very significant impact for a small number of failures. This also leads to 17 disconnected buses, as well as increases in bus and branch violations over the base case. So we show those violations in the 2 plots at the bottom here. So on the left side, we're showing the bus voltage violations, where the bus voltage is on the x-axis and given in percent units. And we define a violation as being greater than 0.95% unit or greater than 1.05% unit. And then next to that, we similarly showed the branch violations, where on the x-axis, we're showing the MVA limit used for each of the branches in percents. And both of the color bars in these plots represent the cases results that we're looking at. So the blue bar represents the base case, the orange bar represents the base case plus the heat wave load, and then the green bars represent the base case plus the heat wave load plus the wildfire outages. So for the most part, you can see that adding on that increased load increases the violations, and then adding on the wildfire outages on top of that increases the violations further. And this supports the idea that looking at 2 of these extreme events at the same time could lead to more severe reliability impacts. Next slide, please. In terms of future work, there's a few areas that we would like to improve on. So in terms of the load model, it would be great to work with a higher resolution of historical load data, since we were pretty limited by the fact that the EIA only releases historical load data at the BA level, so our model was restricted to the BA level. We could also include additional factors in our load models other than temperature, such as changes in population, consumer behavior, or large industrial loads, such as data centers. In terms of our wildfire risk forecasts, we use a tool called Pyrocast in some of our other work, which calculates wildfire risk maps based off of several inputs, such as temperature. So we could use the conditions during our heatwave event to directly compute the wildfire risk that aligns with the exact heat event that we are analyzing. And for the power system analysis, we could include the temperature impacts on power system components directly. So for lines, we could look at dynamic line ratings, or for all components, we could look at accelerated aging. And then finally, we could also add a resource adequacy analysis over the full duration of the heat event to complement the reliability analysis of the worst case hour of the heat event that we studied. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Juliet. Do you have any questions?
Please don't forget to introduce yourself when asking questions and use the Q&A feature in Zoom.
Great. So I'm Luke Lavin, and I'm at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And my question was, you addressed this partially on the last slide, but there's a number of non-stationarities. For example, electrification. You talked a little bit about potential changes to wildfire risk. Which do you think of as being the most important to include that would sort of change your results, and why?
Is this specific to wildfires or the?
Specific to this study, yeah. Like, I come from a background where we do a lot of load forecasting, so we would tend to say like, oh, we really need to include electrification and downscaling of the load data. But I'd love to hear that that's not the thing that you guys want to include next because, whatever reason you come up with.
Yeah, in terms of the next steps, the thing that I think maybe the most unsatisfied with was that we didn't include population weighting in our load forecasting model. Because I think since temperature is the driving force in our load model, since we're not looking at other variables, if we have temperature that's very high in an area that's not populated, that won't really in fact impact the load very much. But if you have really high temperature in a highly populated city, that should impact it very heavily. So definitely the first step that I'm going to take in future work is to add on that population weighting.
So
we do not have any questions online at this time.
Oh, no, it's working. Anyone else in the room? All right, let's thank Julia one more time.
Thank you.
Next up is Brian Pierre from Sandia National Laboratories, weathering the firestorm, mitigating electric grid ignited wildfires. And did you resolve your PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Pierre. I manage our Power Systems Research Department at Sandia National Labs, and then a few different programs at Sandia, including our Wildfire Electric Grid Resilience Program. I'm listed on here, but there's at least 40 plus people working out in this program space that should be acknowledged somehow. And we'll go to the next slide. This talk is going to primarily cover a lot of different projects in a very short amount of time. And so the key is that all these projects are somehow working towards one of these two goals. And so those two goals are mitigating electric grid caused wildfires, so mitigating the ignition from the electric infrastructure, and then also mitigating consequence from wildfires to critical infrastructure. That goal number one, whenever I talk with utilities, co-ops, that is one of their top priorities, it seems like, anytime I talk with them. Next slide. So I'll be quick with these because we know the drastic impacts wildfires have on our society and safety and loss of life and loss of personal property. And then the business implications for utilities, including significant implications on insurance and then implications on lawsuits, including all the lawsuits from things like the Tomas Fire, Camp Fire, Archie Fire, Zog Fire, Dixie Fire, and others. Next slide. So one of the first things that everyone does is looking at past wildfires, at the conditions that led to ignition. And so I mainly just wanted to highlight that high winds is one of the biggest keys actually in public safety power shutoff decisions now and in causing the most major wildfires, along with things like a lot of vegetation, dry vegetation, and often ties somehow back to droughts. So next slide. So in our program space, we typically fall into 4 different areas. First, pre-wildfire monitoring. So this is looking at real-time monitoring of wildfire risks. Then during wildfire, so this happens to surround the ignition probabilities of different sources. Then to post-wildfire, the optimal recovery process. And of course, planning for future wildfires could go at the front of this or the end of this, either location, but focused on advanced technologies that specifically utilities can use to help mitigate wildfire ignitions and mitigate the consequence of wildfires. Next. And we already touched on this significantly. So the financial impacts from wildfires, the significant impacts, the only one I think I haven't fully mentioned is supply chain impacts for replacing critical infrastructure. That's been seen over and over these days as a difficulty for utilities to make sure they have enough spares to repair all those components needed in a quick fashion. Next slide. And next slide, we'll be talking first on the planning and monitoring side of things. All right, now we get into a little bit more of the meat of this presentation. So the first piece here is updating dynamic wildfire risk maps. There are a lot of utilities nowadays that have really stepped up in this, especially some of the big utilities and some of the California utilities that have entire teams surrounded in this space. So a lot of the work at Sandia that we focused on is more with smaller utilities and co-ops that don't have entire teams to update their wildfire risk maps around their utility assets for distribution and transmission assets. So first you take satellite imagery data, and then you combine that with machine learning derived vegetation characterization. That data, you need training data sets. So we work with US Forest Service for some of that training data, along with going down and taking our own measurements. So for example, in New Mexico, the Gila National Forest is one of the hot spots for wildfires. So we had a team go down and take ground truth measurement data around PNM, Public Utility of New Mexico's assets, so that we could have ground truth data to train our machine learning algorithms. And that way we could transfer that to other parts of New Mexico that have similar vegetation characteristics. So you combine that with weather station data, and now you can get more of an updated real-time dynamic wildfire risk map around utility assets. Some utilities, they'll set their risk once and not touch it for years. Now we're hoping that at least daily, if not faster, updated risk maps around utility assets. Specifically, they're again very interested in igniting wildfires from electric infrastructure and making sure they can have these dynamic wildfire risk maps so that they can do better vegetation management and better investment decisions. On that note, wildfire spread modeling is included in this, and one of the key uses there is, let's say you had, as an example, 1,000 of these small scale transformers that are very old that need to be replaced, but you can't gold plate the system, so you need to prioritize. Well, you can run a wildfire spread model from each of those locations for everyday condition over the last multiple years. You run that to see then the consequence of those wildfires to help you prioritize where to invest and where to do vegetation management. The other thing to point out here is there's also tied to some of the work that was done in NARM at the last presentation, focused on the impacts to electric infrastructure. So being able to simulate those wildfire spread models, see which components in our infrastructure get taken out, and then if any of that leads to possible cascading failures, so dynamic simulations of the electric infrastructure. And lastly, I'll mention that we're looking at multi-objective optimization for optimizing vegetation treatment. And the goal here, maybe I'll point out, is that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution for utilities. For example, I was at a wildfire utilities conference recently, and a large utility got up and mentioned that they have a very large undergrounding program to underground a massive amount of their distribution feeders, which is a great idea to mitigate wildfire risk, but really expensive. So $2 million to $6 million per mile. That's yeah, a lot of money. And so the next utility that stood up was a small co-op in a mountain region, and they mentioned that's basically impossible for them to underground their distribution circuits because they have too few of customers per mile. So that basically means you have a 10-mile long line, at least $20 million to underground, but you only have 20 customers on that line. It's just doesn't quite make sense. So there's going to be a lot of different solutions depending on your region of the country and your specific need. Next slide. I have too many slides, so we're going to go next slide here. This is more on the vegetation classification as well. Looking at updating our machine learning models. Next is focused on New Mexico itself. So a lot of our work right now is focused in this area. The hot spot on the southwest part of New Mexico is the Gila National Forest. So that's where we've sent teams down there working with P&M to really try and improve the wildfire mitigation strategies in that area of the country. Next slide. Again, wind being a huge factor. There's also a lot of videos in this presentation that will not play since it's a PDF. I'll just mention that. But the gusts and sustained wind speeds is a huge factor in the decisions for wildfire investments. Next slide. So another thing that we're looking at is instead of only looking at the next few days or the next 7 days of burn probability and forecasts for wildfires, we want to look much further out. So months, it says next season, but it seems like wildfire season is all year round at this point, with some spikes at certain times. And so looking months ahead using satellite imagery data, again, more vegetation characterization, and then running WRF fire simulations with long-term weather forecasts and forecasted vegetation growth as well. Next slide. Next, we get into public safety power shutoffs. So this is where you preemptively are turning off power to customers during high wildfire risks. The goal here is to look more at a balanced approach where you're trying to minimize that wildfire risk, but also maximize load delivery to customers, especially critical customers, so that you are projecting those public safety power shutoffs and being able to still maintain service to critical customers if need be. I know in parts of the country, they also have programs in place for microgrids or small backup generators for specific areas. Next slide. All right, now we get into the ignition piece of this. So this is looking more at lightning and other ignition sources that cause wildfires. Next slide. So first up is lightning modeling. So the goal here is to better understand the probability of lightning ignition. So we have a lightning lab at Sandia where we are hitting things with lightning strikes. Specifically in this case, we're looking at different types of vegetation to try and create an experimentally driven computation model to understand the predictability of lightning ignition. So we're trying different vegetation with different moisture levels and then running thousands of experiments where we hit it with a lightning strike and then determine whether or not ignition occurred. And then the other piece of this work is focused around the lightning monitoring for critical assets. So this is where we want to develop a new monitoring system to better understand the total current and energy of that lightning strike or of lightning strikes to predict that ignition. And this is all to help with better response and better understanding of whether or not lightning strike or a lightning storm will cause wildfires. Next slide. This also ties into some of our ARC modeling related work at Sandia. So this is looking at testing ARC ignition probabilities. This again ties back to igniting wildfires. So the amount of ARC time during a fault, for example, can cause different probabilities of ignition. Also lately, we've been looking at insulator flashover under wildfire contamination. So if the insulator has smoke buildup contamination buildup on those insulators. It has a higher probability of voltage breakdown and therefore a higher probability of a fault and decreased reliability. Next slide. The other piece at Sandia that leverages some of the other aspects or other work we have going on in our ignition modeling work is there was a 5-year testing campaign using high flux exposures to different materials, including trees, to look at whether or not those components or vegetation ignited from Sandia's National Thermal Test Facility. So this now we're trying to leverage past years of work for our ignition models. Primarily, for example, we noticed that, again, wind has a huge impact on ignition probability, along with the geometry, of course, and the size of the vegetation is going to have a big impact on whether or not it ignites. Next slide. The next piece of the program focuses on smoke modeling. So this is where we're using a landscape weather model with our wildfire modeling tools to look at smoke impacts to energy systems. There's also interest in smoke impacts to critical missions for military bases, and then also smoke impacts to health as well. So trying to look at the aerosol optical depth and other metrics from large-scale wildfires and the amount of smoke that is put in the atmosphere, and then where those plumes travel across the U.S. Next slide. This slide is focused on our AI protective relay. So this is one of the advanced technologies that utilities are having the most interest in. It is focused on traveling wave technology on the distribution system. So typically traveling wave technology has been around for protection on the transmission system. Transmission system is very point to point. On the distribution system, you have this branch and tons of different components that traveling wave can bounce off of and reflect off of. So it's very hard to use traveling wave technology on the distribution system. However, with AI models that can be trained on simulated faults and past faults on that system, you can now use traveling wave technology on the distribution system as long as you have high sampling measurement device as well. So the goal here is to take that fault, a tree comes in contact with a line, there's that arc, you're trying to take that time from hundreds of milliseconds down to 1 or 2 milliseconds. If you can do that, then you can significantly reduce the probability of an ignition event occurring. And so this also comes into play with public safety power shutoffs as well, because one of the first steps is to do more sensitive protection schemes. But if you can update your relays to these AI-based relays, and then therefore reduce the amount of fault time from hundreds of milliseconds down to the time would be 2 milliseconds to identify the fault, sends a signal to the recloser or the circuit breaker. That's going to take 30 milliseconds. Now that probability of ignition is significantly reduced. So therefore, hopefully you could do less public safety power shutoffs. Next slide. The next piece of work is focused on visualizing uncertainty. So this is a human factors related project that looks at how you present the data, especially uncertain data, to a decision maker is going to greatly change what decision they make. So we had 2 areas that we were looking at here. One was public safety power shutoffs with grid operators, and the other is whether or not to evacuate homes during wildfires. So a good example would be if you show someone a picture of a home and say you have 50% chance of catching fire, you should evacuate, versus showing someone a picture of a home that's on fire and say 50% chance that you should evacuate, they're going to make different decisions. So we were trying to find ways to optimally show this data, uncertain data, to either grid operators or decision makers to have them choose the correct response. Next slide. And then lastly is focused on the recovery and the post-wildfire. Next slide. And it's primarily working with utilities and crews that are stationed outside the wildfire area. Once they're given the safety green light to go in and start repairing and fixing different components in the system, what's the most optimal approach that they can take to do so, and hopefully bring service to critical loads much quicker. And with that, I'll conclude. And next slide. And thank our customers. So there's a natural hazards program at DOE Caesar and the wildfire program at DOE Caesar as well. And last slide, next slide. And if you want to find more information, we have a website, of course. So here's a QR code, or if you just Google wildfire and grid or grid electric wildfire, some combination of those words, it should come up. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Any questions?
As a reminder, please use the Q&A feature on Zoom if you have a question online, and please introduce yourself in person if you're asking a question.
Anything online? I mean, you covered a lot of topics. So we're a little ahead of schedule. So if there's one you want to kind of dig into a little more, you know, I'm curious how you're creating lightning, for example. But you know, you can have the floor.
Lightning Strike Lab is a pretty interesting place. So they use that for all sorts of things where they're hitting different components. At Sandia National Labs, there's a lot of weapon work, of course. They're hitting different things as well with lightning. And it's one of the only places I think they can hit 2 lightning strikes back to back or in a very short period of time. It's one of their claims. And then also they're looking a lot at lightning strikes near something as well. So not only directly striking something, but if it's close by. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Lab, if you ever tour Sandia, go to that lab.
All right.
Great spot.
One other thing that kind of popped out of me is the smoke. There's a map. The whole country was blue or purple, but then there's a wildfire simulated, or and there's like a reduction in power output, but it was only like 4%.
Yeah,
I would have expected it to be a little higher.
I think it's very localized, right? So if it might be higher in a very small part if you have a wildfire, of course, raging right next to a PV plant compared to a large region like all of the West.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the pixels were pretty big.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Well, thank you for entertaining my curiosities. Anything else online?
No questions online.
So he mentioned that the presentation, we're using PDFs here, but there's videos, so you can send that to us and we can post that on our website as well.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Well, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, and next up, Luke Lavin, National Renewable Energy Laboratory. It's a long title, so I'll let you take it.
I'll try to get through it as quickly as I can. So
we're a little ahead of schedule, so you're okay.
At least the announcing of the title. Great. For those of you I haven't met before, I'm Luke Lavin, and I'm a senior research engineer at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. I assume the presentation will come up in a sec, so can I make sure I'm speaking into the mic? Yeah. So I'll filibuster by saying just 2 quick things, which is, when I was a PhD student, I used to read all the slides from this conference, and they really helped improve a lot of my work around storage modeling and sort of how it might fit into electricity markets. And then the other thing is that I always like coming back and being here because I went to high school in this area and grew up in this area. And it's always fun to be back in Washington, D.C. And, I love Colorado, but it's great to be here. Like Brian was saying earlier, this work on multi-stage generator outage simulation benefited from the inputs of a lot of other folks on developing the software. Some of this work actually even came from NARM on doing generator outage simulation, from my colleague Sinnett Murphy. And the other thing that I want to make sure that I say right here at the start is, before we get into all the details, in my view, there's two high-level things. This is ongoing work that I'd either like comments on or like folks to take away from the talk. The first is the value of using open source data and tools so that some of this analysis is hopefully replicable or could be changed by whoever uses it. And then the second, and this will get to what's on the next slide, so we can go to the next slide, is that a lot of this work was motivated by our interest in trying to be responsive to this benefit category under FERC 1920 around extreme events. And what I'd like to sort of get folks' feedback on or input on is whether or not the current, the sort of proposed approach of trying to go through to doing draws and simulations of stochastic outages to enable value at risk or conditional value at risk metrics is sort of an appropriate way to think about valuing extreme events, or if people have other ideas for sort of what is that delta beyond production cost savings associated with mitigating extreme events on the transmission side. Am I supposed to be pushing here? Okay, next slide. Okay, so the three things to do are sort of why do this? If we have time, we'll get to the general outage modeling approach. And if we don't, we will skip to the extreme event valuation. Okay, great. So why do this multi-stage simulation, in the day ahead, the real time? So we'll go to the next slide. Right, so like I was saying, the motivation here is FERC Order 1920 and sort of how can you do extreme event valuation. There's a lot of text here. I'll just let folks read that online and go to the next slide. And I'll go to the next slide after this one. I probably shouldn't have done interim slides in this. Great. So our approach to actually doing the modeling here, right? So what we want to do is integrate a decision process across the many stages at which decisions are made in the electricity system, right? Typically, we do capacity expansion modeling for sort of things that look out 5-20 years. Then we sort of translate into a nodal system. We do the DART process. And then there's lots of fancy stuff that happens as you get closer and closer to real time. So how can we have a set of tools that integrate across that approach? So the approach that we've developed and that will be applied in this study, we'll see on the next slide. And that's our Sienna ecosystem. And this is available as a set of repositories on GitHub. We have a way of managing data. We have the operations, the dynamics, which we really won't talk about in this talk, and then the investment decision-making, the capacity expansion. So for folks who want to learn more, these are open source tools written in Julia that are available on GitHub. We'll go to the next slide. And in general, this is part of our holistic approach to trying to translate from capacity expansion, which typically is zonal, into nodal representations of the power system, where you actually have to do the transmission expansion, PTDF, DC power flow, all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to focus on those types of details. What I'm going to talk about is what's under bullet 1. So how can we integrate in a multi-stage decision process unit level outage probabilities, in this case specifically for generators, conventional generators, gas-fired, coal-fired, that kind of thing. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. Great. So what we want to say here is that the reason to try to have more detail is that my experience, and I'm sure the experience of lots of others in this room and online, is that often in these higher level investment focused models, outage conditions are very simplified. So at least with our resource adequacy tool, the probabilistic resource adequacy suite, this is probably true of other resource adequacy tools, there often is either perfect foresight of what's going to happen all across the year, or in our case, there's this greedy dispatch approach where storage discharges if you have a shortage of resources, but there's not sort of that sequential nature of decisions endogenously incorporated in the tool. And then in terms of typical production cost models, or at least some of the ones that I've used over the years, often you would kind of pre-calculate different outage profiles as opposed to actually having the system make a sequential set of decisions where it doesn't kind of see what's coming. So this question of like sort of how do you actually get to this more operational, you need to make decisions that respond to, hey, this unit is offline, that unit is available. That's kind of the goal of this work. So we'll go to the next slide. So the proposed approach here is that we use our Nodal industry case, just as an example for now. We have multiple outage profiles, and we sort of simulate in sequential steps. In the example that I'll end up showing, it's just a 2-stage simulation, but you could have a 3rd stage for doing an hour ahead or a reliability unit commitment. And then on the other end, what you get out is the utilization of the nodal transmission system, the costs, the unserved energy, the reserves, potentially how the reserves were deployed if you go all the way into the emulation. And then the hopefully goal is that you can do extreme event valuation if you sort of run that simulation multiple times, you do different draws, Monte Carlo type approach. So, you know, in the past, we haven't had that ability to do these multiple probabilistic draws with outage simulation. And then we've also built out a model. This actually came out of some of the NARM work, as well as some of our other work on representing time-varying correlated outages based on building a model off of the NERC generating availability data system data. So that's kind of the holistic overview here of where we're hoping to get. So I'll see if I can convince you in the next 10 slides or so that we can get there. So we'll go to the next slide. So we'll start from a data model, and then we'll go to the next slide. This is the part that I want to go through kind of quickly so we get to the actual like good part. And then, you know, we want to have a common way of handling time series so that when units get outaged, we're kind of tracking like these ones are unavailable, those ones are available. So we'll go to the next slide. And that is what then enables that multi-stage simulation, right? So at some time, let's just say day ahead for simplicity, you're making decisions about what generators we expect to be available. And then you could have sort of intraday processes all the way through to emulation, where those decisions ultimately have to be realized and the system could be shocked by additional generator outages. And there's a question of what other units or generation do you have to bring online? Which reserves get deployed? Is that all feasible? Et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of what we hope that this architecture enables. So we'll go to the next slide. Just another way of kind of thinking about this that we like thinking through is, you know, with things like Google Maps that folks are familiar with, you can have sort of a representation of like, hey, this is the best way of driving from route A, from point A to point B. But as folks in this room, I'm sure know, and as I experienced the other day when I was driving 495 and all the traffic going in from Maryland into Virginia and then onto Route 66, like you actually have to implement as you go on over time. So this is kind of at a high level how we think about the generator outage simulation too, right? Is like you need this sequential decision process to address the reality that conditions can change. So we'll go to the next slide. So the way that we model these outages is there's sort of sequential realizations of different conditions. The outage can then be evaluated either probabilistically or as a fixed time series of ones and zeros of availability, which would be more consistent with the traditional way that we've done this. And then as you go through the multiple stages, as those outages get realized, the model reacts to that, right? Deploys reserves, whatever is sort of the least cost solution from a minimizing the objective function standpoint. So we'll go to the next slide. I'm actually gonna, I'll do this. So, you know, I think folks who've done some of this modeling are probably familiar with this, but typically what would happen is, you know, you make a draw, there's some probability that the generator gets out, sort of a forced outage occurs. And then at the time that that outage is realized, you would typically have a mean time to recovery that could also be time varying of how many hours before the system operator should expect the generator to be back online. So we kind of track that over time in our architecture, and you can go look at the code if you want to see more detail. We'll go to the next slide. And just as sort of a really simple example, right? Like what we're tracking here is the binary of whether the generator is available or not. The generator has an active power time series. This is implemented just as an example on the 5-bus system, with the Brighton generator being the one that's outaged, right? And so really what what you can see if you sort of look closely at the plots is that on variable goes to 0. That means the generator is on outage. And then there's a mean time to recovery where it counts down, and then the generator becomes available again, right? So this would just be for sort of one time series. And then we have the ability to do this in multiple stages so that the system can respond. So we'll go to the next slide. And yeah, I mean, the goal here is just to use that data, right? Use the probabilistic draws, use the simulations from the NERC GADS data, and sort of enable this entire suite of architecture. So we'll get to a sort of simple conceptual example in the next slide. We'll actually go 2 ahead. Great. So this is what I think I want to spend most of the time that's left on. So I should probably do a check of that. Awesome. Okay. So as folks are probably aware from some previous talks and the work that they've done, generally speaking, what we observe in the GADS data is that generators tend to be less available, more likely to be on forced outage when there's either very cold temperatures, hot temperatures, other types of extreme events, but we'll focus on those for now. And so, what you can see in this time series, if you look closely, is in sort of January and February months, more generators are on outage than during other times of the year. And what this makes us intuit is that there's some events we'd like to look at closely to sort of simulate the value of this outage simulation in extreme events. And one that we're going to do just as an example here, although you could apply this to anything, and we have a automated way of choosing some events, is the early February 2011 cold wave event in ERCOT, or sort of over Texas, if you will. We do also have some simulations for Uri, but let's just stick with this one for now. So we'll go to the next slide. So this one's a little more detailed, but I think that what you can there's sort of 2 points that I want to make here. The first is that you can see that in the day ahead realization, there's sort of an expectation around how many generators will be on outage, and then it kind of declines over time because of the MTTRs and the generators returning to service. But then additional outages can be realized intraday, and in particular on that February 3rd date, when the temperatures got sort of the coldest all across the Texas system, the model tends to realize additional outages and then bring generators online to sort of be dispatched and serve the generation that can no longer be served by the units that went on outage. So that's kind of the high level approach here. So we'll go to the next slide. This one's a bit more detailed, so I'll just say at a high level that what this allows us to do is there's sort of 2 axes that I think of as being important. One is the temporal one, and then one is the draws, right? So you can have outages that are realized differently in the day ahead versus the intraday versus the real time. And then you can also have multiple draws of the outages. You can think of this as being Monte Carlo, right? Where you would ultimately have different time series of which generators are available. And that allows you to re-simulate the event n times, which then will allow us to do value at risk or conditional value at risk. So we'll go to the next slide. So, we just ended up implementing this on, we derived this from our Reed's capacity expansion model and our nodal data set, 2035 representation of the ERCOT system with additional generation. For simplicity in this example, we're just going to look at the expansions between the 4 main load zones in ERCOT and implement those as interchanges between ERCOT North, West, South, and the Houston zone. And those red lines are going to be the additional lines, which we'll see when we go to the next slide. Okay, so it's my bad. So what we're going to do is do the same outage draws in a scenario that has the additional transmission build and a scenario that does not have the additional transmission build, but those outages will be different across the different draws. So for sort of computational simplicity, I'm just doing 20 draws here. I think there's 2 things that you can see if you look at this time series in detail. The first is that the outages tend to be highest on that coldest day, which is February 3rd in this weather time series. And then the other thing is that the quantity of outages vary a lot across the different draws. So I'm showing 20 here, And then in the red line, I'm showing the average, right? So if all you did was dispatch against the average, you'd get pretty different results than if you actually do the multiple simulations where quantities of outage can sort of range from as little as, say, 10 gigawatts being on outage to as much as 40 or 50 gigawatts of generation being on outage. And that's sort of based off building off our model of the NERC GADS data. So we'll go to the next slide. So then what you can do is compare the scenario that built the additional transmission between the ERCOT zones and the scenario that did not build the additional transmission between the ERCOT zones and sort of compare the total production costs. I will say that, this is meant to be a simple example. It does include the penalty on unserved energy and unserved reserves, which we set to be $100,000 a megawatt hour for unserved energy and $10,000 per megawatt for unserved reserves. So sort of part of the nominal value here is associated with that. But, of course, the scenario that has the additional transmission has more flow between the zones. So we'll go to the next slide. And then you can kind of stack up, like, what are the savings across the 20 draws? And you'll see that in some of those scenarios that have higher quantities of outage, you're going to have higher savings, right? So you can think of this as being, in the 5% of worst events, you care a lot more that you had more transmission available on the system to allow you to move generation around in response to unexpected outages than in the scenarios where not as many generators were on outage. So you can, again, this is meant to be a simple example. It's just 20 draws, but you can imagine there now being a distribution of production cost savings across different outage draws that the system has had to respond to. So on the final slide, we will sort of just overview at a high level, right, that this ability to do dozens of draws or really as many as you want within computational limits then enables our ability to look at value at risk and conditional value at risk metrics. And sort of the idea that I'm positing here that is sort of open to review and ongoing work is if we use those metrics, that is an extreme event value that can sit on top of kind of like the average production cost savings. And so to the extent that the first two claims at the start of the talk are nominally valid, which is to say we have a replicable approach to modeling the system nodally that can then be done across, the ERCOT system, EI, in different weather events. And to the extent that this is a way of sort of approaching an extreme event value, it's one way of approaching how might we quantify that benefit category in a way that's replicable and that's sort of open to being compared alongside other methods that people will come up with. So with that, I will thank folks for their time and open the floor to questions.
Once again, please introduce yourself when asking a question and use the Q&A feature in Zoom. Also, Dan, we have a question online when you're willing to switch to that.
JP Watson, Lawrence Livermore. So a general question on the generator outages. So in extreme conditions like for Uri or the Texas events, like the outages are correlated because the natural gas pipeline failed that connected to all of them. So are you, I guess, in general for extreme weather, it seems like the dependency is really a function of the weather that's being exposed, the generators are being exposed to. So how are you capturing that kind of super sensitivity to particular weather events?
Yes, this is always a great question. So I think what I'll say here, and if you feel like we should follow up, I'm super happy to, is that our approach presently, and my colleague Sinnott Murphy will be publishing another set of papers on this, is an empirical one, which is to say we are taking the outage time series by unit type and by sort of RTO, if you will, so different model for SPP, different model for ERCOT, and we have the temperature data and a few other covariates, load, and it really is a logistic regression approach where for the different categories of generator by temperature, we're trying to come up with a best fit model so that we can simulate or resimulate, if you will, probabilistically how generators respond. And just what we tend to see is the covariates that matter the most are the ones associated with temperature. But I would look at this as an empirical approach, not sort of a first principles, what do we know about the gas system? So this question about sort of what might happen in the future if you weatherize or everybody does firm gas contracts, that I would say is not fully addressed necessarily by this current set of approaches, but be open to talking about it.
Anyone else in the room? All right, go ahead with the online.
All right, Cody, if you could go ahead and unmute and ask your question.
Yeah, hi. Cody Newland with San Diego National Labs. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering, it's more of a clarification question. At the beginning of the presentation, you talked about the resource adequacy model having I think you called it like a greedy approach with a limited look ahead. Can you expand on that a little bit and what you mean by, I guess I understand the greedy part, but the limited look ahead, I guess, can you quantify that within the RA model, or just even expand on it? Thanks.
For sure. So we're going a little bit off the book with this question, but I appreciate the question, Cody. So I will do the best that I can, and further questions would be referred to the probabilistic resource adequacy suite documentation or my colleague Gord Stephen. So with that, what I will say is that we've tried a few different things over the years, but the predominant way that I think of our current approach is dealing with sequential Monte Carlo draws, which are sort of the focus of doing resource adequacy modeling, is for a resource like storage, right? What we are doing is it charges whenever there is excess generation, and then it is discharged as soon as there is a shortage, right? So it's not sort of looking ahead to, okay, for the way that people want to evaluate ELCC, I need to smooth my dispatch across the expected unserved energy horizon. It really is just minimizing that unserved energy as soon as it occurs. So that's what I mean by greedy. But you could imagine different sort of look aheads or horizons associated with how you want to optimize, especially a storage device. I think that's just the most straightforward example. See if that helps clarify.
Yeah, I think that helps. Yeah, so I guess I was missing the storage piece to that. So thanks for that, and I'll look at some of the other resources and look into it more. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely feel free to follow up. So I'm always around.
All right, thank you.
Oh, we have more questions. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Atri from San Diego Labs again.
Yeah.
So for traditional resource adequacy model with sequential Monte Carlo simulation type of analysis, there's already a next event method that is used. So you can use NERC-GADS to look at the MTTF, MTTR numbers for thermal generators. Yep. And now I think they have incorporated wind and solar with that as well. So anyway, you look at those parameters and then use the next event method with an exponential distribution to calculate the time to failure for the next generator. So I'm just curious how your work ties into that. So if I, as a reliability analysis modeler, for example, if I want to use your generator outage modeling, how do I incorporate that within a resource adequacy study? Because I'm already simulating outages in some way.
Okay, so I'll try two responses to this question, but I'm not super familiar with the tool that you're referring to. So if they miss the mark, then you can let me know.
I'm just talking about a traditional reliability analysis methods, not any particular tool.
Okay, great. Okay, so the first thing would be that our current plan is to incorporate the correlated outage work that we've done directly in the probabilistic resource adequacy suite. So you would be able to kind of use that off the shelf with our open source tooling. And the second thing is that the value that I think of this as providing is that the Sienna architecture is meant to the best of our ability in an open source set of tools, do sequential simulation of decisions in the way that an operator would do them. Whereas I think of resource adequacy models traditionally as being focused on improving planning, right? Coming up with things like ELCC metrics so that CAISO and other places can accredit resources on a longer term basis or plan the system optimally. So that's kind of how I would draw the big distinction here is we're trying to focus on operationally, how would you respond to these things as opposed to what is the best practice way of doing planning, which I think of as more of the RA domain. But open to feedback. I'm not like, yeah.
No, thank you for the clarification. So you were saying that your model will be incorporated with the production cost modeling tool and look more closely at operation as opposed to planning part. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
At a high level, I think that's the goal. Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything online? All right. Thank you, Luke.
Had fun questions. That was great. Thanks.
And last we have Shijia Zhao from Argonne National Laboratory, prognostics-driven operations and maintenance to enhance grid reliability. Oh, online.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you so much. So thank you, everyone. Okay. My name is Shijia Zhao. I'm a scientist at Argonne, working with Dr. Feng Qiu, who's initially going to present the presentation, but I'm substituting for him. And today I want to bring your attention to an exciting research topic that Argonne is in collaboration with multiple universities and establishing inspiring results, which is the prognostic-driven O&M smart maintenance framework with the major goal to enhance grid reliability. Now, specifically, I want to answer 3 questions in today's agenda. The why question of—
You're a little muffled. Can you see if there's anything interfering with your mic?
Would this be better? I can get closer to my microphone. Would this be better?
That is a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Let me just stay in that way then. So the first question I'm trying to answer today is the why question. What is the motivations of us doing the new prognostic-based maintenance framework? The second question is how we are developing this with a technical high-level framework. And the third question is what are the benefits to the industry and what are the highlights of the project results we have established at Argonne in the past few years? And finally, I want to end with a key takeaway, which is how are these frameworks improving the reliability performance here. The first thing, the motivations, why we're doing this, I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. Basically, we received not a great rating, not even in just 2021, but also later in 2024 on our energy infrastructures, meaning that we want to do some improvement on the existing energy infrastructures here. And we are seeing the aging assets, such as the 40% plus of hydro plants over 40 years of operational years. And in distribution system assets, we can easily see power transformers that's over 25 years old. And what's adding to it is that we are seeing the accelerated degradations because of the introduction of renewable energies and adding to the changing of the loading patterns. All of this adds up to a need of a new generation of methods to significantly improve our condition monitoring and then the operation and maintenance O&M framework here. Another motivation we are doing this framework is because we're getting a strong demand from the power industries. Initially, when we were collaborating with our industry or trying to get the data, get their feedback, but then slowly we realized they do not want to just stay on the watcher side. We want to see how this thing can be leveraged into their daily operational models. We're getting data from solar industry, hydro industry, marine energy, and of course the distribution industries about the improvement on the asset health problem. So the how questions. What is the prognostic-based framework we're trying to propose here? First, trying to give you a kind of like a quick review of the state-of-the-art O&M framework versus prognostic. This one is more specifically developed for solar inverters, but in general, we can see the trends of the multiple power assets within our industry here. So the first one, the periodic. It is the most easy to implement, but it often goes into over-conservative. Because you do the maintenance at predefined intervals, you lose the possibility of discovery and any imminent failure risks or estimating any early signs of degradation, let alone predicting the asset's time to failure. The second one, diagnostic-based O&M, this one would take into the inspection monitoring into considerations, meaning you would be able to discover any imminent failure risks or even estimate some early signs of degradations. But with that monitoring records, you wouldn't be able to estimate how when exactly this asset is going to fail. So that's why we propose our prognostic-based framework. The essence lies in we try to use the sensor records to build the degradation model of this specific power asset. And with that, we provide you with a time to failure estimation using the probability distribution to give you a estimation of risk of when this asset is going to fail. Now, understanding the prognostic essence here, we build our technical framework, which is we start with the real-time sensor observations to build the degradation models we were talking about to evaluate remaining life estimates of a certain power asset. And with that updated remaining life distribution, we build our dynamic maintenance costs. What we are doing here is actually we quantify the impact of premature maintenance versus a failure. So we're trying to do the just-in-time maintenance. Meaning if you do it too early, you waste the maintenance cost, but if you do it too late, you have a very costly replacement costing there. Essentially, we're building the degradation model, generating the time to failure. If we can detect the imminent failure risk, of course, you would be driving the maintenance time to earlier time. And all of this thing is showcased by building the dynamic maintenance cost. You're trying to find the valley point, which is just before the failures, and you do the maintenance. The last step of this framework is to do the adaptive predictive decision-making, meaning that we don't do it just on the component level, we do it on the system level, considering multiple components might be receiving inspection, monitoring, and maintenance at the same time. How do we leverage the optimization to drop down the general maintenance cost at the system level is going to be determined in this optimization step. With that, we move into the final question, which is first, the first and most important question we answer, what are the benefits to the industry? Of course, the general importance we want to showcase to would be the enhanced grid reliability by minimizing unplanned outages and enhancing the predictability of the asset's performance. And specifically, the first thing we bring to the industry is we cut maintenance costs. As I was just talking about, by doing the just-in-time maintenance, we avoid wasting the O&M too frequently, but also trying to avoid the corrective maintenance with costly replacements. The second is, of course, we extend the lifetime of the power assets by doing the preventive maintenance just before the failures. And the third thing is actually something we discovered when we were discussing with our industry partner in solar developer area. They were telling us the pain point as we do not have a good strategy plan on supply chain problem, meaning that we do not know how many inventory we should be keeping based on the feed level of solar inverters they have. Now, with our proposed framework, with the prognostic one, the dynamic maintenance cost, and most importantly, the optimization part, we include the spare parts logistics to provide you the right amount of inventory of power assets so that you can avoid or reduce the supply chain problem. And finally, when working with the industry, we realized there is a good amount of equations, technical framework we can show to them. But at the end of the day, we want to package it into an open source tool so that they can actually see how this technical thing converted into hands-on experience and how this thing can be used to reduce the cost, extend the lifetime, and address their spare parts logistics. Finally, we move into some of the recent project results in here. The first thing we realized during our investigations along this framework is that we can have elegant, beautiful results in our lab models, but it is not field deployable, meaning that if you just have the laboratory-based simulation models, you do not deal with the messy things, you have the elegant results, but it cannot be implemented because in real world, you have all the messy data, all the communication errors, everything would come into places where you didn't expect in your previous lab models. So that's why in the general prognostic-based maintenance framework development process, we want to transit from the previous lab model to field deployable models, tackling the challenges with the field data. Just to list some of our real-world industrial database, we're working with the Hydro Research Institute, which covers 42% of the entire hydro megawatt capacity in the United States. We're developing an evolving solar inverter database with 700 plus inverters in plus 400 plus sites in here. We're also working with marine energies and argon batteries locally at all these locations in here. Basically, we're trying to see what you will see in the following pages would not be a elegant lab model, but more like using the real data, trying to build a field deployable model. This is really a high-level snapshot of what we have established in our solar inverter project. In a high level, we want to highlight the data repository, the analysis related to our dynamic maintenance costs, the diagnostic and prognostic models with the high accuracy of predicting the failures of power assets. Of course, the last step of optimization, reaching 40% plus of maintenance cost reductions. And we disseminate everything through our papers, and the end of days, we showcase a tool that we co-developed with our industry developers there. And the first step was talking about the analysis we're providing to our industry partners, like a data-driven solar inverter degradation analysis. Especially, we want to showcase two things. We developed, firstly, a health indicator-based degradation, and secondly, anomaly event-based degradation based on the abundant data of the historical outages, plus with the operational records that we matched with to build a degradation pattern here. And specifically, I want to bring your attention to this demo cases of this inverter. We were able to identify a solar inverter that was not detected in any of the existing monitoring systems. Back in year 2022 of August, we already confirmed, hey, there's something going wrong with it, but it was not observed in the existing monitoring system. And thanks to our industry partners, they sent a crew in September, October, and confirmed our estimation is actually correct, and was able to preventively change that inverter to prevent further replacement costs of that inverter. We were very happy that even in the early stage back in year 2022, our degradation models would be able to help our solar developers to actually find an inverter in problem status about 2 months ahead of time. The second thing is that in the analysis, in addition to all the data-driven models we were talking about, we were trying to build that data-driven models into the analytical form as well. Meaning that with the solar developers, those data, we were able to generate a state-to-state model for the specific solar inverter type. And this is actually accounts for the time varying failure rate, meaning that with the inverter going into different stages of degradations, their failure rate, of course, will be different, which is in opposite to the traditional, two-stage-based models, which oversimplifies the time varying failure rate of the solar inverters there. All of the information can be found in the publication here. The next thing we want to bring to you in the diagnostic model is actually the first step of identification of shock-based inverter failures in here. By shock-based, I mean it is a failure induced not by a degradation, but by a shock-related failure, such as a lightning striking, such as a lightning striking there. The reason we want to identify this shock-based inverter failure as the first step of our investigation was because these shock-based inverter failures is not going to be helpful for our next step data analysis, because there is no way to identify the degradations within that process. There's no way to estimate a lightning striking this inverter here. So what we essentially do is these green dots are going to be the benchmark normal healthy inverter working status, and the blue, yellow, and red are going to be the inverter before failure operational status to see if there's any changing patterns. So basically, on the blue and yellow dots in here, we were able to separate these performance indicators with the benchmark housing ones, meaning that before the failures, the blue and yellow type of inverters were showing something different in operational patterns, which we were able to estimate the degradations. However, if there's no obvious separations between the red and green ones, this would mean that the red inverters was performing just like a healthy inverter up until the final minutes of the failure. Meaning this would be the shock-related failures we want to get out of the data analysis pool before we drop in our next step analysis there. Of course, with that shock-based related failures removed, we will be able to predict the inverter failures. We developed an enhanced CMS convolutional neural network, basically considering the weather, the severe events, the sensor data, the alert records, considering both the operation and outage records to build our degradation models, so that we can provide a 75+ prediction accuracy on the failures, and sometimes even 1.5 or even 4 months ahead of time as the early warning of inverter failures. As I was talking about, we build our prognostic models, diagnostic models, and at the end of days, we want to do it at the plant level or fleet level of power assets, considering all the optimizations into the processing here. And as you can see in this simple case study where we verified our setup with our industry partner, we were able to establish 40% plus of maintenance cost reductions in this case study here. At the end of the days, when we are presenting this to our industry partner, we are saying that, hey, let's take a look of our tool shared in the GitHub in here. Specifically developed in Python, we are able to showcase to our industry partner. At the initial steps, you're going to give us your estimation of your preventive maintenance costs and corrective maintenance costs so that we can determine if we want to go with the aggressive maintenance strategy or conservative maintenance strategy. If you do not have a general sense, we already collected some data from our industry partner to give you a default scenarios in here. And in the output scenarios in here, we showcase a 60-year operational simulations of a fleet level of 10 inverters in here. In the top panels in here, we showcase the inverter status, color-coded in green, yellow, and orange with approaching a failure time showing us orange in here. What's showing the upper right corner here is going to be a geographical location visualization, just color-coded in the same way, letting our industry partner know where are these inverters are at. And the bottom right corner is going to be the actual maintenance metrics, where we are showing the number of preventive maintenance and corrective maintenance for the entire 10 inverters within the fleet, and the unavailable dates showing the reliability improvement and the maintenance cost, giving them a sense of idea how much maintenance cost you can save just by introducing the prognostic model into here. And in here is actually what we were talking about. The first column, we showcase two most critical inverters showing inverter status here, and each row is going to be one critical inverter in here. In the first column, we showcase the deviation models that we were talking about. We give you the probabilistic distribution of this inverter's failure time with the time in the x-axis and day zero as the current time, and y-axis is going to be the probability of failures. And in the second column, we give you the dynamic maintenance cost. As I was talking about, if you do it too early, you waste the maintenance cost, but if you do it too late, you have a costly replacement. So you are trying to search for the just-in-time maintenance right at the bottom, right at the valley point here. And as you can see, we're not essentially always going to go into the valley point. This was determined by how much, how aggressive or conservative in the input model you want to choose based on the maintenance strategies here. And in general, we showcase this to our industry partners, and just by introducing the estimation of time to failure, we are able to reduce the solar inverter maintenance cost from $10 per kilowatt year to about $6 per kilowatt year in there. So that was about the solar project that we were establishing in the past 3 to 4 years. In parallel to that, we also have some hydro projects. For example, in the first row here, we have the hydro bearing estimation of their time to remaining life estimation. But I was talking about the domain informed model. The first step is really to see if this hydro bearing was actually in a healthy status or was it in a degraded state. We found within this hydro bearing operational patterns that the power generation is in close correlation with the vibrations. Meaning if you see the vibration displacement of a certain bearing changing wildly over the past time, it doesn't always mean it's going to degrade it. Because if you match it with the power generation of a similar changing pattern, then you would be able to understand, hey, this is just the vibration because of the increased power generation, not because of the degradations. That's why we build a neural network from all the historical records of abundant number of hydro bearings and give you a residues. The degraded bearings will show a high residue between the power generation and vibration displacement, giving you early signs of this bearing is actually showing a weird pattern of your vibrations. However, a healthy bearing, if it shows a wildly changing vibrations, if it matches with your power generations, we will still flag it as a healthy bearing. In addition to the component level, we also build our prognostic and diagnostic tool at the plant level of hydro plants. Over this figures here, we're trying to increase how many plants we're using our proposed prognostic framework. And by increasing the number of plants that's using the prognostic framework, we can easily see the drop of number of failures and the maintenance costs. One of the tools we're trying to incorporate into our industry partners, I was talking about the Hydro Research Institute, was we're trying to build this tool as an extension into the existing digital platform. We were able to, provide you with what sensors would give you the most significance if you're just trying to analyze an unplanned outage of a hydro bearing. And by utilizing our proposed framework, if you're inputting your data into this Hydro Research platform again, we can compare it with the previous normal database and quickly give you a quick suggestion on whether this new batch of data was potentially leading to a failure or was just like a healthy situation. And with that, I want to conclude with the key takeaways I was talking about. We're trying to use the prognostic-driven O&M to enhance the grid reliability by minimizing the unplanned outages in 3 possible ways. The first is the predictive maintenance, as I was talking about. By detecting by estimating the time to failure of this power asset, we will be able to provide you with the just-in-time maintenance so that we can reduce unplanned outages. The another way is that we don't always focus just on the data-driven time series analysis. We look into the analytical model of reliability modeling to give you a time-varying failure rates of the power assets being studied in here. And the final thing we want to highlight during our industry collaboration is that we realize that domain-informed understanding is really important to build a good degradation model and the follow-on prognostic model, such as the shock-based inverter failure separation at the beginning of the stage, and trying to flag a truly degraded bearing before we do any steps of any following steps analysis. The second thing we are trying to highlight in our enhanced grid reliability is that we want to support the transition of power system reliability evaluations. In the traditional ways, we are more looking to a steady state analysis. We don't consider the monitoring or the inspections in here. Lots of ways of O&M costs based on periodic and diagnostic-based maintenance in here. With our proposed framework, we can already leverage the abundant new sensor records that's supporting into the electrical system and convert that abundance of data into a degraded model so that you can estimate your time to failure of power assets and increase your cost efficiency with the just-in-time maintenance using the prognostic-based smart maintenance framework in there. And finally, we just want to bring to your attention about 2 additional bullet points. As I was talking about, by just moving that maintenance cost about 1% to the value point, as I was showing that dynamic maintenance cost, this could be billion or at least $1 million of saving just looking at one power asset within the United States in here. And furthermore, our developed framework doesn't need to install any new sensors. Just using the existing industrial monitoring platform, we leverage all the data with our industry partners. We would be able to build you a degradation model and provide you a prognostic model based on the domain-informed expertise in there. And as I was talking about, we started with the solar, with hydro, with marine energy, with the batteries in here. All of this is a data framework that's easily adaptable to any of the existing monitoring platform or any of the power assets that you have interest. And with that, I'll conclude and check if there's any questions in here.
Do you have any questions in the room? Anything online?
No questions online currently. If you have a question, please enter it into the Q&A.
All right. Well, that concludes this afternoon's. Thank you, Shijia. That concludes this afternoon's presentation. So we will begin on tomorrow at 9:15 in both rooms. And there's just 2 sessions tomorrow. We'll break at lunch. So thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.